BIM implementation workflows, clash detection, and conclusions. So next, I would like to invite Amalina to continue with the project description.
Okay, so I'll move on to project information next. Next, move to project information.
Sorry.
Okay. On project information, this project is a development of Pusat Rekod Pendaftaran Negara under Ministry of Home Affairs for the use of National Registration Department. It is an ongoing project and it is located in Cyberjaya with close proximity to Limpopo University and the upcoming MRT Cyberjaya City Centre Station. The costs are estimated around 145 million ringgit, and the BIM implementation method by using conventional design method with open tender. And the project scope and the BIM involved for the building are the Pusat Rekod Pendaftaran Negara, cafeteria, pet house, refuse chamber, electrical substation, and pump house. Whereas for the external works involve site layout plan, roadworks, external drainage system, earthworks, sewerage system, water reticulation system, and street lights. The level of development are up until LOD 500. Next. So for the design concept and client intention, the development of Pusat Rekod Pendaftaran Negara is intended to become the new National Registration Record Center for National Registration Department. This building will be responsible for the storing of database of important events of every individual such as birth, death, adoption, marriage, and divorce. For its design features, songket motifs were incorporated to the facade of the building. Next. So for the building physical form, here is a 3D model of the BIM model and the rendered perspectives. The building are basically made up of a 6-story block with one lower ground car park. Below are the site photos of during pre-construction and during construction as of 11 May 2021. The construction began on February 2021 and are expected to complete on the year of 2023. And as of May, the construction are at 4%, which involves earthwork, site clearance, and site office construction. In terms of the location, the site are strategically located in high areas that have no history of flooding and are away from places or buildings that are at risk of fire or explosion. The site has existing surrounding facilities such as existing road network system, infrastructure, and drainage system, which are part of the basis which makes the location suitable for its proposed function. Next. So for building key component, the main function of the building is to store database of important information and event about the population of the country. So there are 3 main key components that makes up the building, which are the office space, repository space, which are the room designed specifically for the long-term storage of archival materials, and the processing workspace, which includes unloading area, record receival or registration area, fumigation room and record lounge, record cleaning space, space for organizing, recording and labeling, and record listing area. For its pattern of occupancy, the number of occupants are expected to be around 100 plus, and the building will be mainly occupied during the office hour, but certain parts of the building needs to function 24 hours, such as the repository room, which needs to be always kept in low temperature. Next. So for the building components and SOA, the total area of the building are about 31,169 square meter, and at lower ground floor, it is mainly occupied by car park area. And at ground floor, there are spaces for workspace as well as customer area, cafe, and training room. And first floor contains administration components such as administration office, officers room, director's office, and meeting room. This floor also are the floor where the repository room are located. Whereas for 2nd to 5th floor, it is mainly spaces for offices. And at topmost floor, the area are for motor lift and storage tank. Next, Amirul will continue on the BIM implementation plan.
Okay, moving on to the BEP. First of all, what is BIM execution plan? So BEP is a document that contains framework for BIM implementation in a project and to be used as a guide to all parties involved. And this 11 point is the main point that have to be provided in the BEP document. Next. So this is the key player involved in the BEP, starting from the client, which is the Kementerian Dalam Negeri and Jabatan Pendaftaran Negara. And the JKR team consists of from team HOPT, HODT, Pasukan Penyelur JKR and Pasukan Pengurusan Aset. And the outside team, the appointed team involved team from contractor and consultant. Next. So this is the breakdown from the team JKR. They have a representative that act as a BIM manager, HODT and HOPT from different departments such as cawangan architect, cawangan kejuruteraan, cawangan contract and ukubahan and so on. Yeah. Next. Next for the consultant. The consultant for this project, the appointed consultant consists of LA Architect, MTC Floating Solution, ACSS, MNE Sdn Bhd, Min Consult Sdn Bhd, Zul QS Consult, Neapolis Sdn Bhd, and MacBiz and Bureau Resources. And generally, as stated in this project BEP, they are in charge to solve any problem arise related to the design and also to check the integrity and quality of the component and the model produced. Next. So these are the roles and responsibility of BIM coordinator and modeler under appointed consultant. So in detail, the BIM modeler under each consultant must be to produce a component and model by BIM method and provide it according to standard file organization structure. And most importantly, they must report their work progress or any issue arise to the appointed BIM coordinator. For BIM coordinator, they are in charge to check the integrity and quality of the component and model produced by the BIM modeler. And the most important thing, they have to conduct a design coordination on models and drawings produced through design studies and clash analysis and report the progress and any issue to the assistant BIM manager. Next. So this is for the appointed contractor, the back. Okay, so the contractor appointed is NS Construction Sdn Bhd, and the team consists of project director, site manager, environmental officer, BIM manager, assistant BIM manager, and BIM coordinator. So for their roles and responsibility, apart from construct the building, they also have to update and manage the models and the component during construction phase and complete the model until LOD 500. Other than that, they have to produce a 4D model of the building and to generate drawings through the completed models. Next, and this is the roles and responsibility for the JKR team, which consists of HOPT, HODT, Pasukan Penyuluh Project, and Pasukan Pengurusan Aset. So for HOPT team members are responsible mainly on BIM method documentation, organization, and ensure that the BIM implementation are done complies with the standard requirement. And for HODT team are in charge to supervise the consultant work and ensure that the quality and integrity of the model complies with the requirement. They also have to identify and solve any problem related to the design. So basically for Pasukan Penyuluh project, they're in charge to supervise the whole team on the BIM implementation of this project. And the last one, the Pasukan Pengurusan Asset, they have to manage the family and models, update from each discipline, and to identify and solve any problem arise during maintenance phase. And they also have to identify the level of detail during this phase. Next, I will pass to Weng Jun. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Amiru. So I will be presenting about the case study that we have, which we understand about the steps to create BEP. So based on our project, we do realize that there are 6 steps to create an effective BEP, and the 6 steps are define project information, set project BIM goals, choose BIM users, establish BIM process, and define how information exchange, and lastly, choose the right infrastructure. All right, the below the section that you can see at the right side, or we call it middle one, is the topics that related to the BP for our project. Okay, so next. Next one I will present about the quality control. So mainly quality control is that we can call it the standards or scopes that will in charge by different PIC. They just want to ensure this BIM implementation can implement effectively. So at here in our BEP, there are 7 standards, which is like visual and need of design, design coordination, accountability, construction stimulation, integrity, and quality data model, asset records, and standards. So different PIC, they will use different software to ensure our project is in design executed in a quality way. Okay, so below are the PIC and also the justification of every standards. Next. So for the ID infrastructure requirement, in this project, there are 4 software is going to be used, which is Navisworks, Revit, Civil 3D, and also CosX. Okay, so the version is going to be used for 3 the Autodesk softwares are version 2020, and for CosX is version 6.7. And below are the templates, like how the disciplines, every discipline, how they're going to document their folders, and also like what are the specifications of their infrastructure, like they have to prepare. Especially the IT infrastructure, like those are the specification. All right, next. And lastly, I will mention about the coordination and collaboration management. So we do receive a pre-BP and also post-BP from the JKR. So, but we do realize that the coordination and collaboration management, they use different, they mention differently in the pre-BP and post-BP, which is the eComs and also Autodesk 367 for their coordination and collaboration management. But the difference between these 2 software, but what we realize is the difference is just only the flow of file management are different. For Autodesk 360 is more comprehensive, we would like to mention. Okay, so I will just roughly mention about the status of the folders when they try to document for file management. So they are general and internal. So they are share publish difference for the general part. For internal, when they're going to use it, put in progress, incoming, and resources. Okay, because of the time constraint, I'm not going to illustrate more for this. And at the right hand side are the way how they're going to document, mention about their meetings that they have, and their coordination management, all those stuff, and their file coordination management already mentioned in the table form. All right, I will pass to the next presenter. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jun. Next will be the BIM implementation and workflow. So for this project, the BIM is implemented from the initial stage of the project, which is the planning phase, until the handover phase. So for the these are the phases during the project. So for planning phase, they will have a LOD 100 and 200, and preliminary and detailed design, they will have a LOD 200 to 300, and acquisition, they need to produce until LOD 300, and construction and handover phase will be LOD 400 and 500. So, okay, for the planning phase, the firstly, they will have a BPEP, which is the pre-contract, and they will produce a conceptual design model, and then they will have a preliminary cost estimation, which involve HOPT, architecture department, CNS, and QS. So I would like to inform that the architecture means the consultants and the HODT from JKR. So next will be the preliminary design phase. So in this phase, they will need to produce until LOD 200, which have a preliminary design model from all the consultants, and they will conduct a design coordination report. So here they will have architecture, CNS, mechanical, and electrical. So next will be the detailed design phase. In this phase, they need to produce until LOD 300, which they need to produce detailed design model from architecture, structural, mechanical, electrical, civil. Yep. And then they will need to have a design coordination report and produce tender drawings. And then lastly will be they will have a PDA by the QS. So after detailed design phase, we'll have a construction phase, which contractor will produce will update the model to LOD 400, and in this phase also they will have a BIM project implementation plan. So as Amalina mentioned before this, the project is under construction, which is 4% of construction phase, and um, and the last one will be the handover phase, which the contractor will produce LOD 500, which they will produce a S-bit model. by the contractor and nominated subcontractor. So for this project, the duration of producing the model is 6 months, which is quite fast. And as we analyze and conduct an interview with the person in charge, we get to know that they have a minor issues, which is consultant produce the model which is not comply with the JKR standards, like just a minor issue, which is file name and a little bit of quality of model. So these issues actually does not affect the project life cycle. So next, I'd like to invite Wei Hong to continue with the clash detection.
Thank you, Karthik. A very good day to panels and lecturers. Now I will explain for the clash detection for our case study. For this PRPM project, the BP stated that the clash detection will be carried out 4 times, which 2 times in the early design stage and the remaining 2 will be at the detailed design stage. As the report that we received is 23rd of August 2019, which is during the early design stage. So from our analysis on the crash detection report, that the hard crash which occurred at all 3 architecture versus structure and mechanical and electrical model, for example, like the electrical duct, crash with shed wall, beams, windows, and so on. There is only 1 soft crash in the entire report for all 3 model, which is the electrical duct caused insufficiency headroom at driveway at the car park area. While for workflow clash occurs such as some columns do not capture by architect or structural engineer. Next. So there are total 27 crashes in architecture with electrical models, which mainly on the electrical duct crash with other element. 7 crashes in architecture with mechanical model, which mainly caused by piping work clash with beam and so on. And there are 59 crashes in architecture with structural model, which mostly occurs on the discrepancy in design, size, and position of column and shed wall. Next. These are some of the clashes occur in architecture with structural model. Next. In architecture with mechanical models. Next. And this is some of the clashes with in electrical models. Next. Here is some of the impact on the overall project cost with the available of clash detection. Basically, it's saving from material costs, which answered by the PIC. Panora is stated that with the clash detection, we can greatly reduce the variation orders and also increase the efficiency in delivery and safety as well. Next. As stated at the first, the early slide, the clash is detected at the early design stage. There are no significant, therefore there is no significant impact on the cost. However, for the clash report that we received, we have analyzed for the most frequent clash, which is occur at the structure column. And this is based on our assumption because we don't receive any BQs in this PRPM project. So as we take for the column that's not captured by the structural engineer, and based on our assumption, the construction of column will include concrete, rebar and formwork. And if the column, if based on our assumption, if the quantity is correct, the column, if not captured by the structural engineer, there will be additional cost incurred in the project, which is around 10,000 for just the column part. So that's all from the crash detection, and I will pass back to Karthik to have a conclusion for our case study in part 1. Thank you.
Okay, these are the conclusion that actually we have learned at the end of the case study. So what we have like to conclude is early involvement in BIM implementation, help to control the quality of design and have a better coordination between the team members. And then the second one will be the we have learned about the coordination management by different softwares and designated filing system. And then the third one will be the we have learned about the roles of JKR especially, and consultant in conventional consultant procurement method projects. And then the second last will be we have learned about the process and workflow with the parties involved, BIM implemented, which is differ from the conventional method without using BIM. So the last one will be the we managed to identify, inspect, and report interference in construction project model, which is useful and more effective way to check for work status and once down human errors during the design review. So that's all from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Group 5. Right, with this, I would like to open up for Q&A. Welcome panels to start the discussion. Kartik, perhaps you can go to your first slide.
Okay, very good afternoon. Okay, so my first question I would like to ask, why do you think BPEP is very important? From the whole process that you already prepared this presentation, why you are thinking? I just want to hear the from your words. Why you think BPEP is the important for the project?
All right, I guess I can answer for this. Try to answer for this question. Good afternoon, in Zul. So, I think the reason like why BBP is very important because like BBP will give a picture, you know, that really give a big picture for the whole. I would like to say all the stakeholders who are involved in this project. Yeah, they'll give a picture like, what are we going to do? Yeah, for the whole project and what are the progress that we are in. Yeah, for somehow if someone suddenly they join in the middle of the project, they also know what are the status of the project and who should the PIC they should refer if they're involved in a certain part. And yeah.
Okay, good.
Right.
because sometimes people are thinking the management part is not very important. Because that's why I'm asking you why we have to prepare properly all this document. Because sometimes they said because actually we can just do it without any plan. But actually BPEP is the most important thing. Okay, one more before I pass to the architect Najdah. Can you go to the slide for the clash analysis? The one, okay. Okay, this one. Okay. Most of your presentation is very good, and you have a lot of information and have a good input for us also. Okay, but one thing that's I'm alert here is about your hard clash. Actually, if you can see hard clash for the architect versus electric, can you see that actually should be what discipline versus what discipline? Electrical duct and shear wall, beam, etc. So actually that one should be a hard clash for this between what discipline? Or you doesn't know?
I think I can answer for because from the report we received, the file name stated is architecture vs electrical, but I think it's most properly will be structural vs versus electricals for this.
Yeah, because sometimes, like I said, my previous presentation, because as a coordinator or also if you are as a manager also, you have to understand the properly all the element or components that we do the coordination. Because if we said architect versus electric, but we do the clash analysis between the different discipline, wrong discipline I mean. So the output is nothing. Although we do the good the proper process, that's why you have to understand. So like as I said because when you do even not assignment or the actual work, sometimes we have to properly understand what is the. I doesn't know. Maybe the input from the report is wrong, or you get the wrong input. But for this actually you should properly understand lah. I think other than that quite good, very impressive. So don't worry lah for your marks. Okay. So I pass to Architect Najdah for any question.
Hi, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. All right, so from the it's it's good to see that you've got a conclusion for this, for the first part. Maybe that was the lesson learned from last Monday. All right, can you go back to your BIM deliverables and flowchart slide? Back or forward, I can't remember. This one, yeah. Okay, you've this, it seems like it's a flow chart, but I think it will be better if it's presented like a proper flow chart, like start here and end here. Maybe because you can't seem to muat dalam one slide kan. Tapi when it goes like that, it's a bit confusing to read. And because or you can have another slide for this, but shows because you were mentioning about their design phase was only like 6 months, right? So if you could put like the actual dengan scale yang betul lah flowchart tu, so kita boleh nampak their activities, like when they started the planning phase, and then when the if I don't know if you got the info or not, like when they made the concept model, and then when did they do did Civil did their concept model, and then during LUD 200 architectural punya model siap bila, and then M siap bila, E siap bila. If you can have that would be. Do you guys have that in the info?
Okay. I think the red in color, the date that I include in the chart is the date that completed for each phases.
Completed, yeah.
Yeah. So they don't have another detailed date completed for each phases. So
yeah. So in their BPEP, they don't have like when each model was done, or when the coordination or design review was done. Do they have that?
They only have like only these dates, like 30 May they already complete the BPEP, and then conceptual
like
just like that.
So BPEP dia not too detailed lah.
Because yeah, and then we already informed to person in charge to have the updated BP, but due to like this pandemic situation, we couldn't get the information. Yeah.
Because I think it would be interesting if you guys can have that info, so that we would know whether their process is like the normal process, or whether these consultants juggled a bit, like maybe even after the architectural model is not complete, but then M&E started to design already. So if we have that information, it would be a good case study, because now it's always if the architect's model is not complete, like really complete, the other disciplines won't start doing their models. But I would like to know if this project, if architecture had like the architect had like only prelim design, and the other consultants can start doing their work, or they waited. That's one thing. And the other thing, in the detailed design phase, maybe you guys should put the outcome tambah under the tender drawing tu. BQ from QS, because I can't see any BQ.
Okay.
They would have BQ, and this they use cost X, right?
Sorry.
They use cost X for this project, the QS.
Yes.
So most probably they got the BQ from the model lah. Did you get a chance to see it? No.
We didn't receive the BQ.
Sometimes it's apa ni?
Because the building is
Sulit-sulit.
actually like safety and
I know.
very PNC building, so we couldn't get all the detailed
Yeah.
information.
Because this one is under keselamatan, and keselamatan actually you can't share a lot of things.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You were saying tadi ada issue of apa ni, the model were not named according to JKR punya standard. So I just wanted to know how did the consultant mitigate it?
Actually, like the consultant didn't comply, like the file name. It's just a minor issue, so they did a meeting during the design coordination report, the design coordination meeting. So they come up with the issues, the file name, all this. So they solve it in very short time, so it doesn't affect the overall project life cycle.
Okay, so maybe they did that after tendering during the apa tu, perolehan punya stage maybe. Okay. I think that's okay. About the apa ni, clashes tadi tu. Sebab I tak nampak any clash between structure dengan mechanical. Structure dengan mechanical, or structure, or they didn't do it, or you didn't get the report.
I think for the clash detection, we only get the report for
This one.
mentioned, architecture, VS, structural, electrical, and mechanical. The others for structure with mechanical, we didn't receive anything from that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you've concluded like this lah. The main the main clash are these one that you've put out, yeah.
Yeah, we already conclude for the most frequent clashes that we
Okay. Another thing, okay, since it's already construction, just early stage of construction, kena 6 bulan, a few months lah, 3 months lah construction. From the contractor punya side, do you know if they've appointed a third party, it's like another consultant to manage, to be the BIM manager, or it's their in-house? You guys aware of that? You don't, in their BPP, did they mention that post-contract?
Okay. In post-contract, they mentioned about the nominated awarded contractor main con. So the nominated subcontractor is not included yet, and
no, not the NSC, the BIM manager. I just wanted to know if it's you guys know if it's being another consultant, or from
it's from
the BIM manager,
from the contractor itself. Main con.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind, because I think it's another consultant, but they don't want to never mind. Okay. All right, that's all. Overall, good presentation. Just tweak here and there. And this slide, I would really like if you got like another slide of the actual yang going horizontal, horizontal macam ni. Faham?
Like a timeline.
And with just dates. A timeline yang senang baca sikit. This one okay sebab you nak put information, but it would be better if normal one. All right.
Okay.
That's all. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panels. For the group, please also include your PIC. Who's the PIC for this project, Kati?
You already include in the second picture. Puan Rosairin.
You include in your first page also lah. Okay.
Yep.
Right. And at the same time, I would also like to highlight to the panels, if you have extra information in a sense that that the student can go back and check with IPIC, they actually still have time to do that because they have not submit their report until 19th of July. So if you have some info that they need to recheck, please do highlight the issues to them, right? Okay. All right.
Tapi itulah PPN ni sebab dia keselamatan punya project.
Yeah. Nampak macam Nelda ada macam some you want to share, some you want to keep. Okay. But students, you can still go to like the clash detection if you are not sure whether it is a complete set that you have got. That's what you should do. You should actually check with the PIC. Okay, you can share them whatever that you have done, and in case you need to add more and whatnot. Okay, I'm afraid you dapat tu tak penuh, and in fact tadi I think it's an important things that engineer Zul highlight tadi check balik whether it's architecture and electrical, where is it that it got wrong, takut masa you transfer to the slide that it got wrong, or whether in the documentation itself is wrong, then you have to check with PIC, because remember we are going to submit this as a report, and we should be able to avoid all those mistakes lah. Right. Okay. Shall we proceed to the next group? So the next group will be the same project, but looking at part 2. All right. Please elaborate a little bit on what is needed on the part 2, because Arizul may not know because he was not here on Monday. Okay. All right.
Sorry, sebelum tu, Dr. Yat, I just want to add on. Tadi on your clash analysis, when you examine about the quantity, so in your report, make sure you have you show how did you calculate that specific item. Okay.
All right.
That's all.
So the one that you calculated is you calculated on your own, right? It's an assumption made because you didn't get the whole detail, betul tak?
Yeah, but for the concrete is from the drawing, because from the Revit we received the concrete. For the column used, the concrete is as the grade stated just now.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Continue, please. Group 6.
Okay. A very good afternoon to IR Zo and architect Nunashda. So my name is Lim Shuchen, or you may address me as Lim. So we are from Group 6, and we are doing the part 2 for case study on the Posat record pendaftaran negara in Cyberjaya. So we have a total of 7 members in the team, which are the Chong Xueying, Christina, and Ong Beng Ju from architecture background, and Crystal Jong, Crystal Lim, and Azima from QS. So without further ado, we will start our presentation. So okay, so our PIC is Puan Rosarin binti Kamarul Zaman, and then okay, so in this case study, what we want to achieve is to study the procurement method, the efficiency of BIM implementation, cost planning, and risk management, the benefits and challenges in this project. So next is the procurement process.
Okay. So the procurement method used in this project is the conventional consultant procurement method. Next. We will first discuss the advantages of using conventional consultant procurement method. First is it achieves the value of money, as all tenderers will offer the most competitive price to win the tender. Next is the high quality of work can be achieved. This is because the client has high involvement during the design stage and can ensure the end result meets the client requirement. Lastly is to achieve a competitive equity in which all the tenderers bid based on the same basis, and also is the process of evaluation for tender document. Now we'll move on to see the implementation of BIM has influenced the project to what extent. So firstly, the procurement route speed is increased as the less time is consumed to develop the design. And besides this, the quality of work is ascertained as the BIM model illustrates the design proposed to the client clearly. Next is the risk analysis, in which they can conduct clash analysis and risk scenario planning before the construction activities begin. Next.
So next is procurement system. Generally for this project, the Public Works Department, JKR, helps the client, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, KDN, to supervise and deliver the project. So because of this project conventional consultant, the JKR firstly appoint the outsourced consultant to do the project design and costing, including consultancies works such as in terms of planning, implementing, and supervising. After completion of the project design, then the client will appoint the main contractor through the tender exercise. Next. So next is contractual relationship. The client KDN has a direct contractual relationship with all the consultant team, including the main contractor. Besides, only the main contractor has a direct contractual relationship with the subcontractor. Next. So next is a procurement process. Because of this project using conventional consultant procurement, the outsourced consultant team will prepare the design first. So the BIM manager, HOPT, HODT, and design team prepared the concept design. During the preparation of concept design, the BIM manager, HOPT, prepared the project implementation and the strategies to handle BIM before execution works on site. After the completion of the concept design, then the QS consultant take part by preparing the preliminary cost estimate. Next. Next, technical design. After the concept design is agreed by the client, the design team, including HOPT and HODT, prepared technical design until completion of the design, which is the design more details and the BIM drawing completed until LOD 300, where model elements are graphically in terms of quantity, shapes, location, size, and orientation. And lastly, the final drawing of the design submitted to the JKR for the tender bid. So next, next is tender process. This project applied open tender method where all the contractors are allowed to join the tender. Next. Next is tender exercise. Firstly, calling for tender. This project advertisement has been published in the official website, which is kkr.gov.my. The advertisement includes all the information about the tender. The next is contractors who interested to join the tender are compulsory to attend the site visit and project briefing. So it is mentioned in tender advertisement. The date for the site visit is 12 February 2020 and the location at Ibu Pejabat Jabatan Pendaftaran Negara Putrajaya, Kementerian Dalam Negeri. The contractor also needs to pay the document tender so that they can have the tender document. After that, the contractors must price the tender based on document provided by the consultant team and fill in all the document required. As our QSPIC Puan Nora said, this project did not have any additional documents as the BIM requirement was already included in the tender document and there's no addenda in terms of contract. So next is tender evaluations. So the contractors who submitted their document tender are evaluated based on their project price and so on. After the tender evaluation is done, the successful bidder is awarded. So this project was awarded to the NS Construction Sdn Berhad as a main contractor. So next is condition of contract. This project is using PWD 203 contract, which is the drawings and specifications included in the contract. Okay, next.
Okay, so in this topic, we'll talk about the coordination of the construction phase and the activities involving the coordination of key players. So right before the construction phase, after the open tender award to NS Construction Sdn Berhad, then only the contractor will come into the workflow. So starting with the construction model made by the consultants respectively and the preparation of BIM implementation needs by JKR, the contractor will receive the model and they will make sure the models are amended and they will implement the coordination model. And then after the confirmation of the construction models and the contractor work program, they will then start to regulate and monitor the construction works. So after the upgrade of as-built models and the validation of as-built models, then they will hand over the project. Next, aside from upgrading the as-built models to LOD 500 models, the contractors are also responsible to ensure that the integrity of the model is continuous throughout the construction phase. So next, these are the the coordination activities that happens in each of the phases. So currently, the activities in planning, preliminary, and detailed design have completed, but the construction activities have not been stated yet in the BPEP. Next, we have the cost planning.
So now we will present the risk management. As we can see, this is the risk matrix that we analyzed from the risk analysis report of Pusat Record Pendaftaran Negara. These risks are identified and categorized into three components, which are the probability of 5 points Likert scale, level of impacts, and the level of risk. Next. So these are the 5 most significant risks that we examined and decided to discuss. We decided to discuss these 5 risks because they have high probability of 4 to 5. They cause serious impact to the project. The level of risk is extreme and action need to be done to solve the risk immediately. Next slide. So the factors, effects, and solutions of all the significant risks are summarized here. So actually the learning process of BIM implementations require a long time, and this take times to make huge changes in the industry because the new process of introducing BIM implementations will also change the operations and productions of organizations. In addition, more activities requires more times to adopt successfully to implement BIM, such as client building, deliverables, file management, and organizations. So the project members are usually not interested in adopting these activities because it involves more times and effort. Based on the further explanations of PIC, Wan Nora Farzo, she is the QS of the project. She mentioned that the key players are comfortable and used to implement the traditional process to organize the project. Therefore, it is difficult to increase and improve the awareness of key players on BIM implementation in this project. When the key players are lack of understanding of the process of BIM implementation, the scope and objective of BIM will not achieve. On the other hand, requirements of the clients will also not fulfill. The accuracy and efficiency of workflow will affect. So, to solve this risk in this project, a special briefing on the BIM implementation carried out to brief the participants in the project to explain the requirements related to BIM. The contractors and consultants joined the BIM courses organized by My BIM Center, CIDB, through the Construction Industry Transformation Program, CITP. It is a program that provides the building information training for the industry players to learn the process of implementing the BIM. The programs also includes the usage of tools and knowledge of BIM to manage the construction site. Standard operating procedures, the SOP, and rules for the collaborations between the parties involved are also identified and explained by the BIM managers during the meetings. Meetings are also help to explain the roles and responsibility of the participants according to the BPAP. So these are all the solutions that used to improve the workflow of BIM implementation project. So now I will pass to Krista to continue the presentations.
Okay, so now let's talk about the value engineering in this project. Value engineering, also known as value analysis or value management, and the objective is to reduce the cost while maintaining the quality and performance or to improve it. Next, in this project, the VE has been applied during the planning stage, in which the VE has the best performance because the design team still can assess all the possible options. Next. So how has VE been applied in this project? This is the summary of how VE has been applied in this project according to the PIC, and we will discuss this one by one. Firstly, the VE has facilitated the design development process as the BIM model is created to show all the stakeholders, and hence they are able to decide whether to build an underground parking or ground floor parking in this project. Next, it also replaces the manual calculation. For example, the manual calculation of cut and fill road is tedious, and by using BIM, the automated calculation becomes easy and fast. So next is the ease of decision-making process, in which the civil model is created to allow the stakeholder to decide whether the mechanical room should be built within the building or outside of the building. Lastly, it also improves the accuracy of quantity measurement by reducing measure error in taking off.
Okay, the next one is about the lesson learned. So in the summary, in the procurement process, we find that compared to design and build procurement, this conventional consultant procurement method is more suitable in this project because the client has more control over the design and quality, and it also capable to obtain the best project price for the full scope of works. So in the coordination workflow, with BIM, the consultants able to coordinate better. Basically, consultants able to speed up their process and efficiency with BIM compared to the traditional manual method. So for example, architects can do design and manage the documentation simultaneously. Compared to the traditional method, they need to update the CAD every time when there's a change of design and update the 3D model. For QS, with the latest update of the coordinated model and the aid of BIM, they can produce a more accurate and reliable BQ beforehand to avoid VO, which incurs extra cost and time. So for the contractor, they're able to run clash analysis with just a few simple steps and manage the collaboration and workflow with the 4D BIM model. So in terms of the cost planning, the BIM unit comes up with the risk analysis report to avoid some unnecessary errors that will incur extra cost and time in the coming process. So with the implementation of BIM in this project, the improvement in the efficiency of collaboration and production definitely has given a positive value to the project. So the accurate and reliable outcome by BIM implementation also is the decision making throughout the project. So this is the summary of the benefits that the key player will experience. So first is the effective coordination and communication. So with the aid of detailed visualization, so the key players able to understand and identify the issues or clashes during the review process. So the next is the well-organized and analytical system. So BIM requirements control the standards and documentation of the models, documents, schedules, and drawings. So for the key players, to have a more systematic workflow throughout the process. So the next one is the accurate and reliable outcome. So the information modeling, which is detailed, able to reduce the risks of unnecessary human errors, especially in cost planning, requires accurate data for reliable quantity takeoff. So the final one is the efficient and fluent workflow, able to reduce risks or errors, and the workflow by the consultants able to be done simultaneously, which will save time and with the aid of the BIM modeling. So the last slide is about the challenges. So currently the construction progress is about 4%, so which is still doing the site clearance work and the groundwork. So there are a few challenges that we found that going to be faced in this project. So the first one is that the BIM model might not meet the expectation of LOD. So this might be happening due to the oversight by the BIM manager and the key players during the collaboration process. It is also important to constantly check on the progress of the contractor to ensure the quality is controlled. So the next one is the lack of knowledge of BIM in the key players. So it is important for the key players to understand the powerful functions and the extent that BIM can do as a platform. So BIM is a powerful and technical platform that can speed up the coordination process, production for documentation and analysis. But BIM not able to resolve issues like land acquisition issues or issues with local authorities. So the third one is about the loose enforcement of BIM in the contract execution. So this is the first BIM implemented conventional consultant procurement project. So the new term of reference is modified by every department in JKR to suit the deliverables. However, currently there is no clause or terms within the PWD contract related to the BIM execution requirement. So this might cause a negligence to happen when the BPEP execution. So for now, this will be some extra work for the BIM units to remind and ensure the consultants and contractors to follow the BIM requirements. So the last one is the reluctant to adopt BIM in the conventional practice. So to learn BIM or to master BIM is not easy. So the process also requires the high cost to be invested in the courses and software licenses. So for now, being qualified and competent consultants are still very few in the industry. So therefore, raising the awareness on the importance of these game-changing steps is very crucial to bring the level and quality of construction in our country to a higher level. So that's all from us. Thank you. So now will be the Q&A session.
Dr. Yat, your mic is on mute.
Sorry. Okay, thank you, Group 6. All right, panels, let's start the discussion, the Q&A session.
Overall good presentation. I just want to mention that Puan Nora actually is not the QS for this project. She's actually QS for Unit BIM, so she's not for the project because the project is under CKUB and the consultant is under CKUB. You get it? Faham? But you didn't. It's just what you verbally said tadi, tapi tak ada dalam slide lah. So that's okay. Okay. My question was because you guys had a lot. Oh no, not a question yet lah. You guys had a lot of info lah for this project. Like you guys have the value management punya report. Can I just have a question on you guys kept talking about on the low apa ni slide in before this. Okay, okay, number 2 and number 4, lack of knowledge and also reluctant to adopt BIM. I just want to know which pihak is this? Ada specific ni tak?
So
Ataupun is in general.
Sorry to interrupt. So this is what we found in the risk analysis. So from there, because currently the process is still under construction, but based on what we found in the interview is that so far the process up to now is still fluent. So so we just take it as it's still okay. The process so far is still how to say, not delayed. Yeah. So this is like what the risk that foreseen by the BIM unit. Yeah. So as a challenge that they need to like constantly take note and how say keep track to ensure the quality of the work is there.
Yeah, maybe this I would like to betulkan you on that also. It's not from the risks how they did the value engineering or risk management punya bengkel, they did beramai-ramai, so it's not they would be consultants, the HODT from GKR. Okay, just betulkan you on that. All right, because I was wondering, because since this project was is a conventional consultant, and we've already got all the TOR, term of reference, for each consultant that they need to do this project as a BIM project. So from the knowledge point of view from the consultant, I think it shouldn't be there. Maybe the knowledge from the lack of knowledge maybe from contractor, but also maybe the contractor is sikit-sikit kot getting to know about BIM. But it comes to my next question. I just want to know if you guys are new. So, because this is an open tender. Did the contractor know of this project as a BIM project at first? Or do you guys do you know about that?
According to Cik Rosarin from the interview, they will mention the requirement during the hiring in the hiring information. So the contractors should know that before they join the tender.
Okay, yeah. Just some info, because every BIM project, or if it's leading to LOD 500, the contractor should know that the project is a BIM project. It should clearly be stated in the tender documents and ITT, the instruction to tenderers, and they would have to know their task, which is to update the models and update the models that are given by the consultant lah, from the designer. Other than that, okay. Oh yeah, just a question about the loose enforcement that you said. So banyak on conclusion lah. The loose enforcement, you were saying about BPEP not being in the contract and whatever. Can you explain a little bit about that? I can't.
Okay, so it's basically the idea is that because in the PWD contract it's like a standard contract where it's not updated yet about any of the beam requirements. For example, it's like let's say if they didn't comply the requirement, so what is the actions or what is the how to say the things that they need to like replace or how. So in terms of the contract execution wise, there is what we want to say is about there is no like a specific contract about the it's like including the,
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you meant the 203.
yeah.
JKR 203 lah. Oh, okay. Because in the document contract they put also in about apa this project is being a BIM project and they have to update until LOD 500. But you are referring to the 203 lah. 203 tu memang it's it's not proses tak senang lah untuk nak tukar tu. Yeah, okay. Tak apa. But saying that, they still have to abide by the other clauses that are in the standard in the contract document that they receive. The contractors, they have to abide by the other NILA clauses. Okay, I think that's all from me. Cik Zul, kalau nak atau buat other panels.
Okay, can you go to the risk slide? Risk first. Okay, this one actually the info you get, is it from the risk management plan for this project?
Yeah, we got this result from the risk plan.
Okay.
And
okay.
actually, there are a lot of risks inside, but we just managed to discuss the more significant one, like
Yes,
the probability very high.
Yes, because for your information also, normally for all the treatment for the risk, we only discuss about for the extreme and high value risk level. Okay, it's okay. Can you go to the coordination workflow and activities? Because for this part, I think quite loose for your group. Coordination workflow. Actually, maybe the previous one ada satu lagi yang for the this one. Okay. Okay. I think for the workflow chart for construction, maybe you can give a little more detail lah for the process, because sometimes we doesn't know like you can say for the construction model, so which one what you have to do for the construction model. So actually the key point or the flow is mostly like same from the previous group, but you have to see in the BPP. I think this project also already have their BPP for the construction stage, right? Or you doesn't have the info for the BPP for the construction stage?
Yeah, we have the BPEP for construction stage. So we are sharing the same information from Group 5 as well.
Because maybe you have to a little bit more detailed explanation about the confirmation for the construction models. So what contractor have to do? So and also what is the process that is it they need to cross check the clashes in terms of, because this project also have the NSC, right?
In the BPEP, the nominated subcontractor is not listed yet so far. So the reason why we simplified at this part, because we afraid that there is some part is a bit, I'll say, is redundant in the previous part 1. because the role of a contractor and the activities is already mentioned in the BIM workflow earlier on, and the responsibility of the key players also mentioned in the part 1 as well. Yeah.
Because if you can see coordination workflow and activities for the discussion, actually all this part you also have to discuss in detail, because for the consultant parts is different. They do but for the contractor parts, because we are talking about workflow chart for the construction. So I think maybe better you have to detail up. For the when the contractor get the model from the consultant, okay, so what is the process? So what they have to look at for in terms of quality, in terms of so for the NSC also, is it this project already appointed? Is there any parts in the contract allowed they have to, they can appoint BIM coordinator? Or is it M&E coordinator as a same person? Do you know that?
Sorry, I'm not very sure about this one.
Because this is also as a good info and lesson learned, because you have to know NSC come after the project already started. Which is for the M&E, some of the parts they have to do the coordination when all the detail from the NSC has been designed. So maybe you have to check with the I don't know if you can get the info back, or they already stated in the BPP how they do the coordination between what is their strategize to do the coordination contractor with the NSC for the BIM model before they do the construction stage. Because sometimes all this flow is quite simple to I think quite simplified lah. Confirmation system supplier. Okay. Next slide, please. Handing over. Okay. If you can see this one, construction model, hand over construction model to prepare simulation model. But accept simulation model from contractor, accept simulation model, and you quality check simulation model, or quality check for the simulation model. So you mean the previous quality check for the model that contractor has received itself?
Sorry, pardon.
Because this one is the input for the construction model. So where is the apa ni yang macam cakap, maksudnya kalau kata untuk contractor to receive the construction model, is there any necessary the contractor also have to check first in terms of the quality, or just receive from the consultant and do the simulation?
Sorry, in the BPEP, it is said that the contractor ni kena ada penyediaan model jugalah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what model contractor yang receive? Is it for this project they have to start from zero, or they receive the LOD 300 model?
They receive the model first.
Okay.
And then they have to pastikan the coordination model tu dah akan dikemaskini, and then they have to do the coordination design sekali.
Okay. That's the point I want to highlight lah. So maybe you can elaborate more on that parts.
Okay.
Because that one is the key step for the contractor actually.
Alright.
So before we do the simulation, so model itself must be okay. The second one is their scheduling.
Okay.
Their work program. Then both if okay, then they can do the proper simulation.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's all for me lah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you panels. Okay, this group please take note ya. I know that actually sebenarnya memang betul for part 1 and part 2 there's this workflow that we requires, but for part 1 it's more of overall. Okay, so with the scheduling, macam work program tu, it should be in the part 1 lah. Tetapi untuk part 2 tu, I would have to agree with Arzul, where memang kita minta the activities, what are the contractors dengan subcontractors led activities tu kena lebih detail, so that kita boleh tengok dia how is it in the process of coordination workflow. Sebab untuk yang bahagian asal yang part 1 tu, kita tak nak dia terlampau detail, it's just an overview. Macam yang tadi tu pun dah cukup, the first one tu, but kan kita Najdah pun cakap senang lagi kita tengok dalam keadaan macam timeline in that sense, because it's the first time yang kita nak try to understand the project. Okay, but for part 2 ni, you have to describe it lebih kepada model development process lah, to model based constructability dulu process. So kita nak tengok the coordination workflow tu clear lah. So all the one that Cik Zul dah highlight tu, please take note, sebab memang kita expect in the part 2. Yesterday, on Monday, I think the last group tu, in that sense tu, dia ada dah highlight a little bit on that. Okay, so some of you kadang-kadang I see it, like bukanlah terlepas pandang, tetapi macam you absorb, kan, so you pun tak sure where it should be, tapi after seeing many of the groups, so now you should be able to see. Okay, alright, okay, other lecturers, if you have anything else to ask for this project? Kalau tak ada, kita continue with the next project, ya. Okay, alright, okay, next project please. We have 2 more projects. Yes, kita continue dulu lah. Sekejap lagi kita have a break. Hari ni lama sikit. Ada 6. We have got 4 more to go.
Sekejap, minta maaf.
Oh, sorry.
For the previous group tadi, I know you mentioned that they use standard form of contract JKR 203, but usually in BIM projects that would have addendum, meaning they would add additional new clauses into the contract document. So did you put that in your report? Group tadi?
Group 6.
Group 6.
We haven't put it because
so you need to put that before you make a conclusion saying that there's a loose enforcement. I don't think that conclusion is right. You need to find out what were the addendums, what were the additional clauses inside that contract document.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Skila.
Okay, group 7.
Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and very good evening to the panels. I am Zul Amri, AR Najda. For Norliza, lecturers and fellow students, we are from Group 7. We'll be presenting the part 1 for the BIM case study of Polytechnic Bagan Dato'. The group consists of 4 Year 1 Masters of Architecture and 3 from Quantity Surveyors. So our group's person in charge is Encik Muhammad Zulkifli bin Abdullah from JKR and Encik Muhammad Ikhwan Khaidit bin Muhammad Sai from Khazjub Sdn Bhd. So to get the ball rolling, we would like to present a short video montage of Polytechnic Bagan Dato'. So based on the video, this polytechnic has been one of the pioneer projects by GKR that adopts BIM in the early phase of the construction. So based on an interview with IR Zul, he explained that the adoption of BIM makes the whole process smooth sailing despite a few unavoidable hiccups due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 and change of government. So till today, lots of trainings and promotions were given out by JKR to the contractors to promote and support them to indulge them and implement use of BIM in any of the construction. In the years coming, we will be able to see a massive change in the built environment. So the site is located in Bagan Dato' Perak, and as you can see here, the long strip of road that houses few other institutions as well, such as SK Bagan Dato', SMK Seri Mora, and MRSM Bagan Dato', and last but not least, Polytechnic Bagan Dato'. So the site plan later will be further explained in the slides. So the design intention is to design a campus that houses 1,200 students, to design concept that features the elements of a ship with the help of a detention pond in the landscape to serve as an illusion of a sailing ship. So the site plan consists of 10 buildings with Pusat Islam at the center, and the rest of the 9 buildings is at the peripherals of the site. So from top right, going anti-clockwise, coming in from the entrance, we have the administrative building, which we are focusing on in this case study, the multi-purpose hall at the back, the lab and workshops, the garage, hostels of boys and girls with the cafeteria in the center, a warden house, quarters, field, and the services located at the bottom right of the site. So this will be the section and elevation of the highlighted building that gives the shape of a sailing ship from the site profile. Next will be a video of the site progress that were taken from a drone shot 9 months ago, a source from YouTube. So as you can see, the superstructure is still up, and according to Encik, the progress is at 40%, and the rest will be photos taken on site showing the progress of the administration, the building, and the rest of other buildings. So this will be the main building, the workshop garage, the TNB station, quarters, the warden house, the garage and the cafeteria, the hostels, and the multi-purpose hall. So this will be the overall SOA of Polytechnic Bagan Datuk. So the focus point of the case study is highlighted in yellow, which is the main building, the administration building. So this will be the SOA on site plan with the administrative building that holds 5,098.45 square meters and at 3 stories, and the rest are the smaller buildings surrounding around the area of the administrative building.
Okay, hello.
Next.
All right, thank you, Nadi. So we go for background of the building. PBD is the 35th Polytechnic approved by the APU on 30 June 2016 that focus on the field of marine industry and offer the following 3 programs: Diploma in Naval Architecture, Engineering Technology in Ship Construction, and Marine Electrical Engineering. So this project is located at a part of a lot 4919 with 45 acres, Bagan Datuk Sub-District. So for the main building, this one has 3 levels and the total height does not exceed 18.3 meters. There will be a resource center, canteen, gymnasium located on the ground floor. For office and lecture rooms will be at the upstairs, and the mini lecture theatre can be built with the auditorium concept and located on the top floor. At this image, multi-purpose hall is connected to the foyer, which is, as you can see in the plan, the internal courtyard as a component in the main building. Next. So this is 10 spaces in the main building. Next. For this main building, there is a few special equipment. The first one is to locate 2 locations of biometric time attendance system. Second is centralized air conditioning system and built-in furniture for office space. The top one is the area that need this equipment. Okay, next. And then moving on, there are 3 workshops here and all must be built with a ceiling height of 15 meters and have a heavy duty floor. For lab block, they will use the same technology, which is a biometric time attendance system and built-in LCD projector in each lab. Next is Islamic Center. They will use low-speed, high-volume fans to replace the use of air conditioners or wall-mounted fans. There is also a cafeteria that will accommodate the number of students and staff. Next, hostel need to accommodate 700 to 20 people in the design, and the description of blocks need to be flexible so that any changes in the ratio of male and female can be made. And lastly, warden house and quarters will be built near the student hostel. I will pass to the next presenter.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. This is Muniting. VAP is a document that consists of the BEAM framework method for this project to guide the stakeholders in implementing the project. Next. Next. This is the key stakeholders for Polytechnic Bagan Datuk. The client of this project is Kementerian Pelajaran Malaysia. Next. This is the scope of BEAM, which are buildings, site model, and civil external works. Next. And then this is BEAM objective. Next. Every BEAM objective has its own deliverables from preliminary design stage to closer out stage. To achieve BEAM objective,
The teams must be able to deliver the BIM by outlining the BEP, creating a design model, carrying out special requirement analysis, and so on. Next. For construction and closeout stage, the BIM deliverables are such as updating BEP as required, clash analysis report as built drawings for buildings and civil external works, and so on. Next. These are the roles and responsibilities for each key project stakeholder. UMP will play the role of BIM manager, coordinator, and modeler to manage the BIM implementation. Architects will be responsible for design, construction, and monitoring, while QS will prepare and update costs and estimation. Next. Then the contractor is fully responsible for design, construction, and facilitating the building during the defect liability period. As for the civil consultant, they plan and design regarding civil works. Structural engineer is planning and designing structural components, while the mechanical consultant will prepare and produce the design of the mechanical system for this project. Last but not least, the electrical consultant is responsible for proposing electrical drawings. Next. So this is BIM information exchange. The information exchanges and file transfer that will occur in the project need to be documented according to JKR BIM requirements. It indicated the types of information sharing, file sender, file receiver, software use, native file format, and file exchange type. So next. Next. As for the BIM and facility data requirements, there is certain information required that needs to be provided and exchanged in every level of development. The model elements by discipline, level of detail, and any specific attributes important to the project are documented using information exchange from JKR BIM requirement. Next. This is all the category for the BIM and facility data requirements. That's all from me. So I will next pass to next member. Thank you.
Next. Yeah. So for this project, the file naming structure has been given a template and guideline from the JKR based on their BIM standard and requirements, which the project folder name, file names for models and drawings have their naming sequence so that the format will be standardized. Next. So for this coordination and collaboration procedures, the first procedure is the work in progress, which the non-verified design data will only be used by in-house design team using their organization software system. After the check review and getting approval from lead designer, the data will be issued to the CDE, which is the central repository where construction project information is housed. And then the data will be authorized by the client to be bring on to the public documentation process where the CDE is made available to the wider project team, which involve the tender or construction stage. Further on to the archive area of the CDE, which is for inactive or superseded material and addition to the final sign-off as built data and documentations. Okay, next. So the objective of this quality control is to check the various level of BIM for them to be consistent and comply with the BIM standard used in the project. So it has been executed by the team to ensure the criteria of the components to be accurately done based on LOD requirements and the correct classifications of the components of objects for modelings, and also to generate drawings within BIM software. Next. Okay, so this project will go through these 4 types of control checks, which are visual check, interface check, standard check, and model integrity check. So these are to ensure that there's no clashing during the model when the components are overlaying with each other, and following through the JKR beam guidelines, which allowed the layers, dimension, etc. to be standardized during information exchange, and they are using Navisworks and Revit to undergo the coordination. Yeah, next. So basically, the consultants and engineers are using Revit to progress their work, and Navisworks is for coordination purpose, and Civil, they'll be using Civil 3D and QS for using Cossacks. And they have the customized template reference for each disciplines, and the software version is 2018 for all. Okay, next.
Moving on, I will present about the BIM implementation and the workflow. So since it is a design and build project, the contractor is the one who is responsible in assigning all the consultants. So all of the dates stated in each of the phases was extracted out from the final BPEP, where in the mockup phases, all the consultant is required to submit mockup BIM models and all of that. So the project is currently in a construction phase, which is 40%. So but due to the delayed issue, it is currently because the productivity will be depending on the drawings. Next. So this is how the beam is used in each of the phases. So in the early stage will be the what I wanted to highlight is the programming, design, authoring. The preliminary design is where they undergo a design review, and then detailed design is the 3D coordination, and then moving on the construction, they have this 3D planning and control. So next. So the beam that uses in this project is there's a various category from the spatial requirements in programming, and they develop a 3D beam models for design visualization in design authoring, allocating the use of space and future space planning in space management and tracking, and the 3D coordination where they use Navisworks from each disciplines, and also they use the beam used in design review where it is showcase the design to the stakeholder where they can quickly solve issues. And for now, the dimensions of the beam used in this project is 4D, where it is added with the dimension of time. So all of the information, and lastly, all of the information of each element is recorded in the beam. Okay.
Right. For beam model, there are 4 types of model, which is architectural model, structural model, electrical model, and also a mechanical model. Next. For clash detection analysis, there are software that used to generate clash detection report, which is Revit and Navisworks. For this project, there are 3 types of clashes, which is soft clash, hard clash, and workflow clash. For this clash detection at the Polytechnic Bagandatu, we are only focused on magma beserta bengkel at zone A. As we can see, for summary of clash detection, the clash issue at 29 January more than at 26 January is because at 29 January there are a lot of soft clash found during the 29 January clash detection analysis. In this project Polytechnic Bagandatu, there are 2 main types of clashes we focus on, which is architecture versus structure and structure versus mechanical. This is a few example of clash detection on Polytechnic Bagandatu. But we focus on magma beserta bengkel. The first is structure versus mechanical. The clash issue is pipe clash with beam. The solution for this clash is need to recheck the routing and the position of pipe, or there are any opening of the structure beam, and possibility outcome without beam, the pipe will be exposed at the chilling level or will be hacking the beam for piping installation. Next will be the architecture versus structure. The clash issue will be the shielding clash with the beam. The solution need to change the high level of shielding and also the clearance floor height. The possible outcome without the beam, the mechanical part will be exposed at the shielding level. Next, I will pass to Avila.
Okay, for the clashes, we chose the most significant clashes, which is ceiling and beam. For the clashes between ceiling and beam, it can be concluded that the cost is increasing from 451,454.19 cents to 447,601.76 cents, which means that the building cost will suffer a loss as much as 3,852.43 cents. So the difference of this cost is not that big because the design this model using a beam model, so any error during design stage we can be reduced. And for the quantities for the clash, we obtain from Mr. Azrul, who is the contractor of the proven construction. Meanwhile, for the price, we refer from the website Ratol JKR in order to identify and analyze the effect of the clash to the cost. Next. Okay, so the next slide is where I stated the breakdown of cost for floor beam and internal ceiling finishes. For suspended floor beam, the cost remain unchanged because only the height of the ceiling from floor level is reduced. Next. So far as you can see, the quantity and cost for floor beam is remain unchanged because only the ceiling is where the clashes is kind of fixed. And then for ceiling finishes, the most significant changing price and quantity is kimco to concrete because after the clashes are fixed, the level of ceiling to floor level is increasing when the clashes are fixed. Then the area of ceiling will also increase. Then okay. And then effect of clashes to the construction cost is where the project can avoid variation work during construction and reduce material expenses. And this clash detection can avoid variation work because any clashes during design stage can be detected, and this beam clashes detection also can reduce material expenses because if the clashes are not found, quantity surveyor or the client may order material in excess of what the project requires. And then this is the BQ for the clashes. Okay.
For the conclusion, the building information modeling is emerging as an innovative way to virtually design and manage project. Predictability of the building performance and operation is greatly improved by adopting BIM. And also during the inspection of BIM of the model, class detection in the Revit and Navisworks can reduce the number of change order during the construction, leading to less human error, saving time, money, and resource for the contractor and companies and the building owners. BIM also responsibility provide a menu for sharing and dissemination of information, generate and application of knowledge derive from the information to deliver value to developer, owner, and building user. All right, that's all from us. We open the question.
Okay, thank you, Group 7. Okay, panels, we can start with Q&A. Perhaps you can go to your slide again, Group 7.
Doktor,
Ya.
Boleh saya tanya?
Ya, boleh.
Diorang punya presentation ni nanti diorang akan print dan hantar atau the slides is different from the report?
The slide is different from the report. The report tu dia tak submit lagi. Even the format is slightly different.
Format is slightly different. It means apa yang diorang portray here is not the same as the report. Is it?
Yes.
Yes, not entirely. Yang ni lebih kepada graphical lah. Dalam report tu there more elaborations and text lah.
Okay,
Tetapi
I'm not gonna about yang creeds-nya tu, itu maybe Aktenas dengan Jinazol lah. But I just nak bagi tahu pasal presentation group 7 yang ini.
Yes.
Orang tak komen, but I think I want to comment on this. It is annoying. I'm so sorry. To me, it's annoying. Annoying because the cursor running here and there. When you present, you don't main cursor tu tau. You guys perasan tak cursor tu pergi sana sini? Any presenter yang tadi?
Saya.
Kalau you guys present the cursor, if you want to show, you tunjukkan mana. You pinpoint the cursor. You don't play around here and there. Sebab kita sebagai spectator ni ataupun siapa yang kat audience, dia akan tengok, and plus bila cursor tu lari, I thought you gonna make points. You perasan tak? Saat ni pergi sana sini, it's not good, you know. Okay. Lepas tu, you open your slides, dia lain dari yang before this. Group 7 ni punya very, may I say like naked. Macam tak ada berapa ni. Lepas tu macam orang lain buat ni, orang lain buat tu, dia tak synchronize. Macam tak ada a person yang take charge after that. Macam orang ni bagi dia punya part, masuk je macam tu. Sepatutnya kena ada continuity. Okay, if you guys tengok yang slide before this, it's very appealing to my eyes. Plus, bila diorang present tu, adalah setengah yang macam suara tak berapa keluar. Tapi this yang slide yang macam yang grade 7 ni, the first presenter, I rasa macam wah, the person memang macam energetic. Lepas tu nak sampai ke belakang tu dah macam bosan je. Macam you all tak ada rasa seronok nak present. It's not supposed to be like that. Bila rasa macam tu, I can see in you guys punya slide pun sama saja. Banyak macam kosong, and then dia punya tulisan ada setengah kecil, setengah besar. I don't know you guys nak emphasize apa, and then too many info di dalam satu slides, all cram. Bila cram, kita macam I tak tahu kat mana you nak suruh I tengok dulu. You faham tak? Bila you present, kita boleh dengar lah. Tetapi bila you hantar report, you tak ada kat situ to explain, you know. This is benda-benda macam ni actually bukan sahaja info dalam ni penting ke apa. The way you present things also is very important. The report that you bagi pun actually is important. Okay, I hope boleh take note lah. Lepas ni tengok balik, and then plus dan conclusion tu, kalau you all tengok the last person yang present tu, kalau you all buat projek betul-betul, memang dah kena dah ni. Macam kalau you nak jual benda pun, I takkan beli. Because the last presenter pun kena sepatutnya yang mantap. Kalau you dengar yang perempuan tu, I don't know lah, dia cakap pun macam tak ada mood, macam dah pergi ke mana. And then the slide pun, conclusion pun macam tak menarik lah. Patutnya buat point-point lah banyak kalau boleh. Okay, I'm so sorry, Doctor. I have to pinpoint this. Thank you so much.
Alright, thank you so much, Wan Noriza. We actually appreciate all your comments. Okay, kadang-kadang bila time macam ni kita tak sempat nak comment on presentation much. We look at content, but sometimes I think this is a very good advice. Student, please take note, yeah. Alright, okay. We can start with we can continue with the Q&A. Architect Najda, Engineer Zul. Yeah.
Okay. Apa ni? First kali terima kasih Puan Liza for pin out all the point.
Yes.
Actually I feel
It does feel annoying actually on the on the cursor, I have to say.
Sorry lah, memang I pun personally memang ni. Lepas tu yang pertama, another things is the first group, which is group 5 tu, dia dah letak setting a certain benchmarking tau. So when we compare with the group 7, oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. So, okay, first kali, I think for the flow of presentation also, you have to look also lah, because like the previous group, they do the explanation for the BPEP, they write up all the content, at least an outline of the content, what is the content for the BPEP. Can you go for the BPEP parts for this, your group slide? Okay, because this one you just do the cover, method of BIM framework, just ni, but what is the content? Then next, go to the next slide. Okay, this is okay. Okay, next. Okay, then you or just started scope of the BIM. So actually for better for I mean in your report also, at least you have to mention outline of the BP. What is the content for this project? Is it they use all the template that JKR provided, or they do the modification? That one is the first thing maybe we need to know lah, because if they do the amendment, or why? Okay, because this is the case study. Okay, the second one is can you go to for the role and responsibility? Maybe the next slide, next. Okay, next. Okay, this one. Okay, this one also dia macam terputus. Actually, kita nak tahu dia punya communication. In term of the project management also, we have the communication. Kita nak tahu, macam contoh dia, UMPH ni actually dia answerable to siapa? Contoh dia macam kalau kata aras reka architect is the designer, so maksudnya UMPH ni dia as a BIM, so macam mana? Maksudnya dia dia akan ambil design from the aras reka ni and do the remodel from the scratch, from the drawing, or what is the responsibility? So the communication, okay? So or what we call contractor yang akan coordinate everything. Maksudnya between the aras reka and UMP ni, contractor yang have to decide. So in term of the BIM, this one also I think you have to maybe you can answer for me lah. So how is the communication between the UMPH ni and aras reka for this project?
At first, the architect is assigned by the contractor in an early stage, but then they can't. They have this issue of they can't produce the BIM deliverable, which is models and drawings, all that. So the contractor decided to hire UMP. So actually UMP dengan aras reka architect ni is almost the same level, but then UMP will have to take the 2D drawings from the architects and they produce the BIM models and drawings, all that.
Okay.
Yeah. For the early stage, yes.
Can I add juga?
Sila.
Zulami sebab slide ni juga lah. I just because if you susun like a proper way, roles and responsibility, like who's the main player here? It should. If I were you, I would put like the first, because this is a design and build contract.
Yes.
So any communication between JKR and the design team or the contractor is through the contractor. So he should PT also any communication is through the contractor. So the contractor's portion should be first, and then the consultant, and then the BIM UMP holding BIM consultant. Okay, and so because you've got the contractor the next slide, right? Okay.
Yes.
So rearrange balik and do the hierarchy macam Cik Zul mentioned tadi, and then how do they communicate? How do they relate with each other? Not just apa tu arrow ke bawah, arrow towards the others juga. How do they work? Can we go to the previous slide? Okay, this one. Okay, you've got the UMP holding, and then you've got BIM manager, BIM coordinator, BIM modeler. Why is there under you? If I read from this slide, you are saying that HOPT is under UMP holding, HODT is under UMP holding. Is that what you're trying to say? Or do you get me?
I think.
Is it that? Because if that is your interpretation, then it's wrong, because HOPT, HODT is not under UMP holding. They are actually on top. It's the UMPs. You list down here what are their responsibilities, because I don't understand. You got the HOPT, HODT. They are JKR people, and yeah.
Okay.
Redo this R&R. And manage model, prepare model, because what I see is HODT have to manage model and coordinate model and so on. But actually it's not their job. Okay. Yang tu for the slide lah. Cik Zul can continue sebab kalau you nak pergi ke slide lain.
Okay, tak apa. Okay. Next, I just want to see about the coordination. Maybe you can go for the clash detection analysis. Quality control. Okay. Okay, because architect 2, 4, 5. Okay. For this, okay. Next slide. Okay, so this one you just focus. Okay, actually maybe you have to put some proper flow for the clash detection. Because before we do the clash detection, actually you have the point, but you didn't apa dia panggil? Maksudnya you tak susun properly by the sequence of the step tu. Maksudnya patutnya check quality, lepas tu then at least kita kena nampak dia punya proper flow tu. Then macam yang clash analysis tadi pun kalau tengok cuba pergi previous slide. Yang ni pun kalau kita tengok sini dia hanya buat 5 cases je kan. Architect structure, architect mechanical, electrical, mechanical electrical, structure mechanical. So maksudnya yang tu pun you kena tengok. Maksudnya yang ni yang missing structure electrical. Structure electrical tak buat ke?
Dia tak ada, dia mechanical dengan mechanical dengan electrical dengan mechanical. Electrical dengan electrical.
Tak, structure mechanical, structure electrical tak buat.
Tak
Memang
buat.
Sebab why?
Saya tak sure sebab bila kita tanya engineer Muhammad Zul, dia kata yang ni yang dia dapat yang tu je. Sebab ada yang certain tu ada yang tak ada image. Dia bagi HTML tapi tak ada image.
Yalah, because dia tak provide you all the folders. Maksudnya yang file tu tak ada. Okay, tak apa. At least maksudnya kalau kata for a good explanation for the process, antara benda yang input that you should investigate for the project, apa clash yang dibuat for the whole. Kalau kata 5, 5. Then okay, sebelum tu maksudnya dia dah checking quality apa semua tadi kan. Because sebab kalau kita tengok dari segi for the marks also, BIM model clash detective analysis ni maksudnya you have to elaborate lah properly. Then we can give the proper marks for that. Okay, so I think because yang ni pun macam dia macam not clear lah. Maksudnya what is the whole process. Actually UMPH ni bukan well known lah. Maknanya kami kenal lah. Maksudnya then sepatutnya should be information tu memang ada lah. Dari segi ni I think patutnya you have to utilize apa yang you ada. Okay, I think last before ni mungkin you boleh go for the overall BIM workflow tu dengan implementation tu. Ini nak tengok. Maksudnya You cerita kan. Sebab sometimes macam you buat yang cost ni pun, ada contoh dia macam yang ceiling yang 3,000 apa semua tu kan, sometimes dia macam, we are talking about project yang 200 million something, tapi bila kita cerita benda-benda yang kecil ni kan, macam sometimes macam tak berapa, not so significant lah. That's why sometimes you have to check apa sebenarnya isu. Okay, yang ni preliminary design, construction phase. Sebab yang ni pun you tengok, you just list down je. Maksudnya actually for the stage tu sebenarnya apa yang sebenarnya yang dia ni. I tak sure lah, mungkin kalau kata ada video recording ni kan, nanti you try to tengoklah yang previous group punya punya presentation kan. Sometimes it more easy lah untuk kita understand. Walaupun kalau
is down because dia orang tak faham.
Is it you tak faham ke ataupun sebenarnya you faham tapi maksudnya
I don't think you guys faham sangat. Because if not, you guys akan list benda yang macam Cik Zul cakap rather than just ambil info ni just tepek kat sini.
Sebab dia sayang lah, rugi lah. Maksudnya you have the peluang, maksudnya untuk do the case study. So this is actually the actual cases tau yang you can boleh implement on your works nanti kalau kata actual works, kalau kata you involved with the BIM project. Tak apa, it's okay lah. Okay. Tapi tak apa, maksudnya my comment actually yang tu. Then maybe satu soalan lah. Apa yang you faham dari segi the whole process untuk yang BIM ni? Maksudnya orang kata apa, actually you rasa BIM ni sebenarnya makes the project complex ke ataupun macam mana sebenarnya? Satu representative with the good answer before I pass to the Architect Najdah.
I don't think BIM is make this case study complex because actually the BIM is implemented at the early stage, which is time JKR nak cari for the contractor and all that. But then when the hiring parts from the contractor to the consultants, the thing is they don't have enough BIM, they don't have enough exposure into the whole BIM concept. That's why they delayed. Actually, it started off in 2017, but then it got delayed until when the UMP Holdings is hired. And then from there, they are organized. After that, with the proper BPEP documents and all that, with UMP Holdings helping them in producing all the BIM deliverables on the models and the drawings, and then due to the MCO as well, so a lot of things got delayed. But then based on the PIC, the productivity is actually it's merely depends on the drawings. So I think BIM doesn't make it complex, but it makes it easier where they can track all the things and they even can do the delay analysis in using the BIM.
Okay, I hope all you point that you are stated ni will pin out by the group for the part 2. Hopefully because sayang lah kan, maksudnya you already understand, you have the proper because sometimes yalah kita pun actually we try to capture all this input and information, what is your finding. Okay, I think again thank you. So maybe pass to Architect Najdah.
Itulah banyak dah was stated by Cik Zul. The last comment that was made by the student, that was the thing that I wanted to hear. I wanted to know what was the special case or what is unique about this project, because if you elaborated more on that, it would be more interesting. Like actually I think you guys know what you know, but you didn't present it. Because from this project is a design and build project. So what JKR expect is, if it's a design and build project and it's a BIM with BIM requirements, we expect to receive all the models and according to our requirement lah, our BIM requirement. But for this project, the contractor didn't hire the correct consultant, maybe because the consultant can't produce the models. So with that, it delayed the project and all, because deliverables can't be the contractor can't deliver what they have to. So those are the I think the main the key issues for this project, and you can highlight that more maybe for your report. And you guys can also, because this is on this clashes and stuff, right? So I just wanted to know if you guys ever thought of like, because there's an the designer is the consultant, there's architect, there's structure, civil engineer, M&E engineer, and then there is this UMP which are the BIM modeler. So did you guys ask, like, how was okay, the BIM modeler, they modeled up according to the 2D drawing. Then who was the checker for it? Maybe the UMP, maybe UMP checked for their quality of models, but who checked for design, dia panggil apa? Design intent. Do you guys know that?
I think the design intention is still the architect, but then yes, but then the UMP will have to check on the quality of the drawings of the models. Yes.
Yeah, you that is also, you can highlight that in your report, like under the roles and responsibility. If you've got that, make it clear who does what, because this project is a bit unique. It's not as per like the previous one, PRPN. It's a consultant, and then the consultant already know BIM. But for this one, we were hoping that the contractor appoint a consultant that already knows BIM, so that there won't be another party. But this type of thing happens because other projects also did this same method. They have their group of consultants, but their consultant don't know BIM, so they hire a third party to model. So it's for JKR punya part, it's a bit macam rugi lah, because when the design or during design concept or awal-awal tu, the consultant tunjuk their design, we can't see it in 3D and we can't have the spatial analysis because why? Because the model is not done yet. So it's a bit lacking for JKR punya part lah. But since the industry is still sebenarnya tak baru pun, dah lama ada BIM ni, tapi industry still lambat lagi lah nak capai that the standards. So with this type of hiring a third party, kita JKR as long as dapat deliverables tu JKR okay, macam tu lah for the time being. So you guys can highlight that also. Not highlight yang JKR tak kisah pasal hiring third party, but highlight on apa ni their process, like the flow, their flow.
Okay.
Apa ni, ada design and then modeled, and then checking of the model and checking of design intent, and then bila buat clash tu, and then how did they go back to the consultant who reviews the design and so on. Okay. Okay. Dia banyak cakap ni. Okay, ya. Ada satu slide tu yang pergi ke model slide. Belakang-belakang. Ni, this one. So BIM model previous, this one. I think ada BIM model yang tertinggal kan? Cuba teka.
Civil.
Sebab I tengok dalam yeah, civil. Maybe you guys don't have the model for civil,
yeah,
but
we don't have it.
You don't have, but then just buat a kosong punya page. Apa model tu should ada lah.
Okay.
Sebab dalam scope di dalam BPEP tadi I nampak ada external works.
Yes, we have civil. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And okay, yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think let's just continue with one more before we have a break, okay? Because it's part 2, so I think it's quite continuous in that sense, right? Can we go to part 2 then? I have to speed up a little bit. It's already 4 o'clock. We have 3 more groups to go, right? Part 2 for group 8. Can you continue, please?
Good day to all the panels, lecturers, and my fellow friends. Our group 8 is going to present the part 2 for Polytechnic Bagan Datuk. Our group consists of first year Master of Architecture and second year of QS. Next. So now we will be discussing about the procurement method, coordination, workflow and activities, cost planning and risk management, and lastly will be the lesson learned. So now I will proceed with the procurement method. The procurement method used for this project is design and build procurement, and it was the first PWD project implementing BIM for design and build procurement. The form of contract used is PWD Design and Build 2010. And then the additional BIM requirement by the JKR was included in instruction to tenderer. Next. For the procurement process of this project, firstly, JKR invited 10 potential contractors for tendering. Then the 10 potential contractor will appoint their own consultant team to do the design and cost estimation. After around 60 days, the 10 potential contractors were required to submit their tender. Then after the tender evaluation made by the JKR, the project is awarded to Proven Construction and Development Sdn Bhd. After this tender award, BIM will only be implemented where the third party BIM consultant was appointed. Next.
Good day to all of the external panel and lecturers. My name is Chun Kyong. So from this interview, we knew that the proven constructions and development plays an important role because of the procurement method is design build. So contractor located at the top of the pyramid, where the important jobs for contractor is coordination. We can see from the chart, all parties are all under contractors. Architect Ara Sreka Architects as lead consultant. And regarding BIM for this project, architect and engineers was focused on 2D design, while after BIM consultant UMP Holding Sdn Bhd collects drawings and data to produce BIM models. So from this, you can see the collaboration between all parties. Next slide. So during the model development process with BIM, contractors are able to have the details of the information and materials, quantity, as well as the constructability analysis. So benefit parts also having the reduction of cost and time because of the constructability accuracy has been improved due to the level of details of the BIM models. Lastly is the quantity takeoff and cost estimation benefit from BIM models. Next slide. During the model development process, the 5 main things that contractor has to focus is the detailed building information, which extract quantity and information. Second is the temporary components, equipment and formwork and the other components. The third is the specification information of the building components, where they have the specification of the purchase components. Fourth is the analysis data, and the fifth is the construction status, where they have to update the progress of the component in the BIM model. Thank you. I'll pass to Sarin on the next slide.
Okay, so for the constructability review process is the review of a project's plans and specifications to include the knowledge of construction into the process of design. It is to determine the errors and omissions during the construction that usually causes issues or delays. There are a lot of benefits of constructability review, including the ease of change orders, requests for information, identify the cost overruns, reduction of schedule delays, and also avoid dispute and litigation. Study shows that there are a significant reduction of 65% in change orders with the use of the constructability review process. The constructability review process shows a great impact on the following aspects, including the interdisciplinary coordination, buildability, building system, and also the buildability. And for next slide.
The review team that consists of two teams, which includes a general contractor and also the construction management or the third-party review firm. The general contractor and the constructability review process is effective on small or simple projects. The general contractor contributes an important role in the review team. They have a wide range of experience and variety of roles that can be beneficial to this practice. And for the construction management team, this team is suggested to handle medium to large scale projects because the workload is scattered among multiple experts. Therefore, a thorough review and acceptable timeframes is needed. So next slide, I will pass to.
So after we are clarified with GSO, value management is applied in this project during the planning phase, as the project cost of this polytechnic is 175 million ringgit, which exceeds 50 million. So BIM has helped to facilitate cost estimation and increase its accuracy during the planning stage. Then VM can reduce the project cost by focusing on the functional requirements of the project and consider what alternative approaches can be adopted. Besides that, the resource consumption of the project can be optimized and produce minimum material wastage. BIM also facilitates VM by speeding up the decision-making process and increase the standard, method, procedure, and criteria of a project according to the development of current needs. Next, the performance and synergy among construction team members can be increased with the aid of BIM in VM, as they can communicate in a structured manner. Golden plating, which is the addition of any feature not considered in the original BPEP, can be reduced to avoid any new source of risk to the original planning. Lastly, BIM also facilitates VM in the life cycle costing LCC that consider both initial and future costs over the life of the building. Next, I'll pass it to next member.
So, risk management is a process to ensure that risk in certain phases of the project is handled efficiently within the allotted time, quality, and cost. So, stakeholders can identify the measures to reduce the risk probabilities with the estimation of the cost and planning. This is the conventional risk management framework. According to JKR template, risk management is carried out throughout all the 5 phases of the project, and this graph shows that more risks are distributed in the earlier phases. And the risk metric over here is to identify the risk rate depending on the probability and impact of the rate. So the extreme risk rate will be given immediate actions and so on. The risk management report that we receive is prepared by unit BIM. So all the 27 risks in the report is related to BIM. So I have chosen 1 to 2 risks per phase, for example, and most of them is of the extreme risk rate. So for example, in planning phase, there is this risk of responsible stakeholder does not understand the BIM scope. So the risk management process identify the factors, impacts, and actions to reduce the original risk rate to the targeted risk rate. This is the risk for the procurement phase. In design phase, where the BIM model development by tenders does not achieve LOD 300 as stated in JKR BIM requirement, and the risk of the coordinated model, and also the construction phase near risk, and also the closure out phase. What I have noticed is that some same action is possible to manage different risks. For example, by carrying out BPEP workshop and attending BIM course for the respective stakeholders has been identified as the measures required to manage the risk. Also, it is interesting to note that since this is the first BIM project of JKR that implement design and build, most of the risks are related to the production of JKR BIM requirement version 2016 for design and build project. So the next thing highlighted by the PICs that might help in terms of cost planning by the implementation of BIM is the room data interaction, RDI. This is the process that takes place continuously in design phase and might be carried on to the construction phase. This RDI is also used in conventional project, but with BIM and the coordinated BIM model, this process is much more efficient and also helpful in terms of work planning, work sequence, and cost planning, given that the work is planned efficiently. So the left is the example of RDI report. So I'll pass to E.
So first I will proceed to the coordination between the QS and the other parties. Rehan next.
I'm sorry.
Basically, contractor, BIM consultant, and design team are those who work closely with the QS. For the contractor part, the QS assists the contractor in cost estimating started from the tendering phase. From the tendering phase, the QS also coordinates with the other consultant teams such as architect, civil, structure, M&E consultant to assist the contractor to bid for this project. Then after the tender award, as BIM was just implemented, the QS will continue to work with the design team and BIM consultant while preparing the BQ, as the QS will have to take off from the drawings produced by them. Next. Next, Raihan.
It's not moving. Why?
Is it?
Sorry.
No.
Oh. Can I try again? Sorry. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes. Continue, please.
It's still on the coordination between the QS and the other
Yeah.
parties. Like, oh.
Next. Wait. Okay. I'm really sorry for the hiccups. Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry for the technical issue. So after that, for this challenges part, basically before appointing the BIM consultant, the parties involved are lack of knowledge and competency in using BIM. So there will be double handling work for the QS, as he has to take off from drawing produced by the different parties. Sometimes it's also lead to the discrepancy between the drawings as well as the details provided from the parties do not follow standard method of measurement, which cause the QS has to take off manually. Next. And then for this benefit part, BIMS helps to reduce human error, time, cost, as well as improve the quality. This is because the data will be auto-generated and processed to prevent miscalculation, and it's also reduced approximately 16% of the overall cost for this project. Lastly, the variation order will also be prevented and reduced by using the cost X. Next.
Okay, good day everyone. My name is Zal, so I will be presenting on the lesson learned on the architectural point of view. So this slide is about the coordination component. Before we go to the challenge, issues, and the benefits, this slide focuses on the coordination phase. The coordination phase is divided into several components, which is design coordination, model coordination, information coordination, and construction coordination. And as for design coordination, they occur since the beginning of the project, which is the BPEP preparation by the contractor, while the information coordination occur throughout the project period. And as for the model coordination, it's occurred during the LOD 300, which is the preliminary design phase, and also the detailed design phase by the UMP Holdings Neighborhood. And lastly, for the construction coordination is more towards the LOD 400, which is the construction phase. So next slide. This slide is about the relationship between each consultants, mainly the architect and others discipline. We are focusing on the red color part. So this project actually, the contractor has to hire the third-party BIM consultant to guide and to prepare the BIM model starting from the LOD 300. So this is where the information and design coordination need to be well shared between the architect and also the BIM consultant and organized between them. For example, before the information reaching to the BIM consultant, they need to go through the architect first. So it's like a double and overlapping work, and it is caused the time delay. As for the architect and QS coordination, it is more on the level of detailing in the model prepared by the architect during the initial stage. Unfortunately, the architect could not manage to do the 3D drawing. Instead, they use the 2D drawing. So it is important to have a complete mockup model, a BIM model, to ease the QS for taking off and calculation. And the use of Revit should ease the process because Revit and the software used by the QS, which is cost X, can directly generate the quantity. Next is the coordination between architect and also the structural engineer, mechanical, electrical, and also plumbing. So this coordinated model review happen in the clash detection is where the relation between them occurred. So the model coordination between them will determine if there are any changes in the cost and maybe affected the time. So next slide. Next slide is the challenges and issues from the architect point of view. First issue from the architect is the inability of the architect to completely follow the CBOR, which is the client brief of requirement. The reason is because this project is the first and pioneer project that applied BIM for the design and BIM implementation method. And the readiness from the architect to face this project is quite low based on the comment in the BPEP by the JKR. So second issue is lacking of the technology infrastructure, where the architect could not provide the specification of hardware and software based on the JKR requirement and BIM needs statement. So that's why the contractor has to hire the third party, which is the UMP holding. For example, during the initial stage or mockup BIM model, the architect used the 2D software instead of 3D software that can generate both 2D and 3D drawing. So this affected the time to be delayed during the initial phase. Thirdly is the hierarchical order of the consultant, mainly related to the architect and the BIM consultant, where they need to share information. And what happened is the information need to go through the architect first, like I said just now, and also both of the consultant they share the same authority because most of the work need to be done by the UMP holding. So the next slide is the benefits from the architect point of view. So the first and pioneer project that applied BIM for this design actually helps the architect firm to develop their BIM roadmap for their futures. And then the second is easier file sharing. This is using the digital sharing of BIM 360. Thirdly is the connection between model and schedule of work. They will have a better time management and easier to track work done by the contractor. The fourth is the broader visual during LOD 300 because during LOD 300, the capability of Revit to produce realistic model photo, including texture, color, and finishes, can be seen throughout the realistic model photo. And then lastly is appendix in the BPEP. The appendix in the BPEP is act as a clear guidance and procedure to follow and to identify what will happen to step ahead if clash happen detected at the early stage or any stages. So this helped to facilitate the arrangement of the workflow and also better time management. And next slide is about the process of efficiency. So we found that the process of efficiency is occurred in information coordination and also model and construction coordination. For example, they use the CDE, which is the Common Data Environment, which is a central repository where all information is housed, and it is easier for the designer team and also the construction team to collaborate and we reduce mistake and duplication. And next is the link between the model and schedule of work, like I said just now, and then also the appendix in the BPEP. So all of this will affect the quality, time, and the cost. And last but not least is the how this next slide, please. Sorry, Han.
Okay, sorry.
So the next slide is about how to improve BIM. So in the wider point of view, because this project is a pioneer and first project using the DMB and using BIM in the DMB implementation method. So the architect and the QS could develop their BIM roadmap, and then the architect can reuse the BIM library from the previous project to make the project easier and smoother. And then the exploration of different 3D software. It's not only the Revit that can produce 2D and 3D. There are a lot of others software which such as ArchiCAD and Rhino. And then lastly, the exploration of being plugin or more add-on on the plugin in the Revit. So they can have a they can have a better skill and management in using the Revit. So I think that's all from us. Thank you.
Okay, panels, let's have a last round of comments before we have maybe a 5-minute break. Yeah. Anyone wants to start first? All right, this group, can you just go into the slide then? Open up your slide. Why did you divide into two parts in terms of the architect's view and the QS view?
Actually, we divide it into two because we want it to be more organized and see how the QS and architect collect the data from this case study. So that they make it easier for us to understand what is the lesson learned from the QS and the architect.
Sorry, Doktor. Proceed.
Tak apa. Sama dulu.
Okay,
It's
okay, tak apa. Tak, actually, I also perasan lah yang the issue. So actually, when you are doing the case study, sepatutnya we have to look overall lah juga. Maksudnya maybe okay, tapi sometimes bila you dah too focusing, sometimes you akan tertinggal best practice or the benefits for the other parties, because in the project or when we are talking about the BIM, we are talking about the integration for all the discipline also. So sometimes maybe you also have to because the output from this study also we can use to implement for what's happened. Kalau macam ni kan, maksudnya maybe kita boleh gunakan you punya output ni more to the architecture and QS punya portion lah. Because sometimes I think mungkin boleh tengok balik lah kalau kata sempat lah. Yang lain tu I rasa macam okay, because quite good lah. You elaborate on the risk also. You identify which one the apa ni? Actually you refer to the risk plan, right? RMP, right? From the JKR project, right? Risk management plan kan?
Yeah, risk management report.
Risk management report. Okay. So I think this one also quite good. So for the VM, maybe you can go for the VM punya parts, value management.
Sorry, it should be before. Okay.
Okay, cuma for the value management ni you just is there any report you refer, or you just get the general info from the project team?
This one is basically the general info, but for JKR project lah. Tapi we didn't get the specific report for this project.
Because this one you just list down what's happened for the value management. For this project, what is the finding? What is the good and what is the that they have done for the value to control the value for the project. For the risk, I think is very good because you previously I'm also from the unit amalan terbaik, which is conduct for the risk management. So I can see that you already talking about all the best practice for the risk management requirement. Okay, maybe you can go a little bit for the cost planning.
The cost planning.
Okay,
Just this one.
So cost planning just you mentioned for these two lah.
This one, and also the RDI, which is also pointed out by the PIC lah. So he said if the it is if the work is planned accordingly, so it might contribute to the cost reduction because of the less of rework on site and etc.
Okay, okay. Next, maybe you can go after this.
Next is lesson learning.
Okay, you just start the lesson learn.
Mhm.
Can you go for the coordination workflow and activities?
All right.
Okay, next slide. Okay, constructible. Okay, next. So for this project, what is the benefits for the QS for this project? Anyone can answer?
Uh, I would like to answer this.
Ah.
Just like I mentioned just now, it actually reduced the human error as well as the cost and the time, and then sorry.
That one is the cliche answer. I mean for this project, actually they do is it because they do the BIM after the project has been what, like
Yes.
So how they do how you can say that they save the time, get the exact quantity, because the quantity is they do the taking off. Is it from the model or from the 2D drawing?
Actually, they do the taking off from the 3D drawings produced by the BIM consultant, and then at the same time they will also check on the 2D drawings produced by the architect, and then sometimes the QS also found that it's actually that there is actually discrepancy between these two drawings. So they will refer to both drawings.
Because discrepancies is from the original design itself, from the consultant design, or is it from the model development problem?
It's actually from the 3D drawing, because as the BIM consultant is not the BIM consultant produce the drawings, actually sometimes is not following the standard method of measurement. For example, in this project, the unit of element used is in meter cube, but then the QS needed is in meter square. So due to this issue, the QS will have to take off manually.
Okay. Okay, so the QS using cos X for this project.
Yes.
Okay.
Ada nak tambah sikit kan?
Okay,
because it's a bit confusing if you see because from the timeline that you presented before, the BIM consultant was appointed after the contractor was awarded, right? So where did the QS get the model to take off from where did the QS get the model to taking off? And can you answer that? Because this is a design and build. Okay, the flow of design and build is like this. Apa ni JKR tender out. We give the our need statement, which so every discipline has their need statement. And then there's also BIM requirement, which is also part of a need statement. And then there's CBOR, which you guys already mentioned, which is the brief from the client. So the contractor gets that, and then they develop a design based on that. So from my understanding, during tender stage, so the contractor have their own consultants. That which you mentioned that the consultant doesn't know doesn't do modeling, and during that stage they come up with the designs and stuff, and then the BQ was done during that time. So the contractor dia dah ada lah dia punya berapa, lebih kurang berapa so that they can estimate the price. The question is during that stage how did they buat BQ through cost X during that stage? Ataupun I confuse macam mana?
So from what I got from the interview, actually the BQ is produced after the tender award, which the architect will further develop their design, and then after this, the as BIM consultant is already appointed after the tender award, so they will build the model based on the 2D drawings produced by the architect. So the QS will based on the model produced by the BIM consultant, and then they will prepare the BQ.
Okay, maybe I don't know if this project dia prolong dia punya document contract document binding, maybe dalam later on dia amend dia punya price BQ, because biasa ataupun or you can see the other way around, which is the benefit that that from this project is more towards the contractor, because the contractor because early on when awarded, the contractor dah tahu dah price for the whole project berapa, bukan dah tahu, dia dah agree with that price. So if there's any reduction ataupun pertambahan which is not reduction or pertambahan which is not caused by them, for example, which contoh macam client have during client ada tambah requirement dia ke apa ke, then that would be VO lah. Tapi if it's if there's no such thing from JKR or the client punya side, then any cost reduction is advantage for them lah, sebab dia boleh untung lebih lah. As for all the clashes dia dapat reduce, ataupun dia tak payah hacking banyak-banyak kalau dia tersalah using 2D punya, kalau use 2D punya drawing, you can't, maybe you can't foresee the clashes. So banyaknya I think it's the advantages is to the contractor itself. Yang about QS buat BQ afterwards tu lah I tak faham jugalah, biarlah. Can I see your, because I tadi lost connection yang conclusion yang architectural tu. Just the slide.
The last one, I think the last one, right?
How to improve step roadmap, elements, time, cost. Tapi itulah I tak dengar ini. Before that tadi rasa macam ada. Now this one. Wait. Okay, tadi ada mention about ada delay in design coordination because there's. Do you guys have the data of how long the delay was?
If we're not mistaken, it took about 6 months to the delay is about 6 months from the non-compliant schedule, because the first initial stage that contractor could not provide the BPEP requirement required by the JKR and the BIM need statement, and then another
JKR requirement. Okay.
Yeah, and then the JKR provide the sample of BPEP to the contractor, and then after 6 months, then the contractor can produce the final BPEP. So the initial stage is about 6 months.
What about the construction? Did they start right after awarded, or did they delay also because of this issue?
For the construction phase, they started right after the tender, because from the interview, we understand that the contractor used the 2D drawing first, and then they diorang macam go through balik the 3D and then diorang ubah from that lah. So macam how to explain
Or did they do the site clearing first? Right, because they don't have the was the reason for delay is due to BIM ataupun tak?
The delay is due to the
PPP
2D
je?
drawing. No, from the consultant architect itself. Because for at the first two, architect could not identify the ingress and egress for the site, and then the
So the design issues lah.
Yeah, the from the planning planning issues, yeah.
So they've managed to macam cover lah juga apa design issues punya design punya issues, and then plus the models yang tak siap-siap lagi ni. So it's not solely because of BIM lah, BIM related,
Yeah.
right?
No. Yeah.
If we could have that timeline, that'd be good also. Lebih kurang lah berapa if you can't get exact date berapa hari bulan whatever, tapi that would be a good case study for this. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, panels. Okay, for this group, I think you have to submit at about 8 today. You have to sort out the slides, yeah, because I know that the idea is to actually show what are the findings from the architects and from the QS, okay, but at the end of the day, that is considered as process for us, so you need to finalize them and put in as accordingly lah as what we have required, okay. Sebab kadang-kadang dia not just missed out information, ada juga yang macam redundant, okay. So yalah, when you talk about cost kan, cost tu bukan daripada QS saja. I mean, if you talk about design, kita pun nak tengok juga kan, in that sense. So tolong fix balik the formatting and so on, okay. The rest tu I think as we have discussed tadi lah kot that part where architect Najda also mentioned on the QS, whether it's cost X, whether it's from the earlier awarded apa ni cost you boleh I need that to be finalized in the report, okay. If you need to check back with PIC, please do that, okay, sebab kita tak nak uncertainties lah at this point now, okay. Because that can also be a good finding and lesson learned as well, okay. So tolong tengok balik. I think yesterday we have actually Monday we have actually managed to look at each group's punya strength and so on, okay. So today also I would hope that you can actually see for each of the group case study project ni what are actually the lesson learned that you can actually identify from here. Throughout the discussion, I think the PIC have also highlighted, okay, which is which, okay. If you have missed out, please nanti tengok balik dalam report kita punya recording, okay. Alright, let's have a 5 minutes break, okay. We'll come back after 5 minutes, yeah.
Thank you, panels and lecturers.
Thanks.
Okay, everyone's here. Belum lagi. Everyone is still having a break. Cik Zul tak minum dulu ke?
Minum. Dah standby tepi-tepi lah.
Okay. Itulah tengok ada dekat meja je tu. You are in the office, is it?
Hari ni kat rumah. Hari ni kurang sihat sikit doktor.
Oh ya ke?
Asal itulah. Asal masuk office lah dia tak kata tak boleh lah. Esok mungkin saya masuk office.
Tak apa. Sekarang ni kesihatan nombor 1.
Betul.
Okey, kita tunggu Arkitek Najdah sekejap Sorry lah hari ni terpaksa. Dah ada Studio ni pun kita kata 10 minit dia lebih-lebih. Okay. Alright. Let us continue again with another last 2 group. Okay, for project the last project lah kot ni. Group berapa dah ni? Group 9 Okay, student, can you please share your screen?
Alright, sorry. You all can see my screen, right? Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good evening to Azul Amri, Architect Nur Najdah, and all our respective lecturer, and not to forget all of our fellow friends. My name is Farhan. Now we are going to present about our case study building, which is bangunan Gunasama Persekutuan located at Bandar Tunjung, Kota Baru, Kelantan. These are our group members, which is from architecture and QS students. And this is the person in charge for this project, Ms. Nur Hafizah from Jabatan Kerjaya. Okay, for the project information, basically this is the project information about bangunan Gunasama, which is located at Kota Baru, Kelantan. It is a government project. The client is Jabatan Perdana Menteri. It consists of 75 federation department and agencies. For the total cost of this project is 531 million ringgit. Here are the project personnel for this project. The contractor is PDM Builders. The architect is Mulhaf Ambrose Architect, and other consultant for M&E, Civil and QS as well. Moving on to the next slide. This is the key allocation plan for this project. The total size of the site area is 11 hectares or around 27 acres. This site located at around 3 to 4 kilometers from Kota Baru town, and this Bandar Baru Tunjung is being developed to Pusat Pentadbiran Kerajaan Persekutuan in Kelantan. And here are some context of this. Located around the site, which are Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri Kelantan, Kampung Tunjung, Jalan Kuala Kerat, and there are a lot of shops nearby. Next, here are some of the the project intention and outcome. First intention is drastic increase in number of staff and officer from various ministry departments. Second is to increase a number of meeting rooms to cater the needs of discussion with client and contractors. And the third one is to establish a one-stop center in order to provide more facilities to the local and communities. For the project outcome, integration of customer-oriented services and cutting down of government spending in terms of renting private space. Okay, all right. So for the next, Peggy will continue to present for the building component parts.
All right. So for this project, the building components actually consist of like 3 main building blocks, which houses all the federation's departments. The building blocks consist of like 9 story of block A and 8 story of block B and C respectively. So, and they also have facilities like multi-purpose hall, auditorium, prayer rooms, cafeteria, guardhouse, and also the research chamber. Infrastructure-wise, there will be like TMB, SSU, chiller, pump room, cooling tower, makeup tank, and cooling tower block. And there will be other civil external works like works, drainage system, storage system, and also the water reticulation system as well. So next, this is the what you're looking at is the floor plans of the main office block, and then you can see the space zoning is clearly divided. It's clearly divided in the floor plan. So the center one will be the public and semi-public spaces where they have lobby, lift lobby, and washroom. And then the private spaces which you can use the access card to go into located at both sides, which are the offices. The offices includes like meeting rooms, interview rooms, and also some storeroom which can store the documents and also the files. So the same concept of the floor plans will be brought up to level 2. Next, will be brought to level 2, which are the same. Office is on the both sides, and then the public space will be at the center. Same goes to block B and block C. Yeah, one thing I want to highlight at block C is instead of having the office at the ground floor, they actually have the customer service counter at the ground floor that can be accessed by the public. Yeah, so next, these are the floor plans as well. Next, reaching the schedule of accommodations. These are the SOA of the offices. These are the table shows the total area allocated for the every common terrain. So the total area allocated will be 27,376 meters square. So going next will be the construction on site. These are the photos we got from the PIC, and the photos were taken on 8th of June 2021. And we got some extra information that on the construction progress, they actually started the construction on block A, second floor idea structure. And surprisingly, there is no during this COVID time, and there is no delay. Instead, there is the overall construction progress is actually 25 days ahead compared to the original schedule. So next will be the BEP. So next, yeah. So the BEP implementation for this project is the design and build. During the interview session, we actually got the information that the BIM unit in JKR is actually facilitating the contractor for doing the BPEP. This is because the contractor appointed do not have the enough experience in terms of BPEP documents. So this is a reason this is the reason the contractor hire and the third party, which is the GeoDelta system, to facilitate the whole BIM process. So next we'll be going to the BEP, previous slide. The content of BEP by the PDM builders consists of like project stakeholders, objective, deliverables, responsibilities, like work process, information exchange, data requirement, collaborations and procedures, quality control, technology infrastructure needed, and lastly will be the model technology. Next will be the BIM organization chart. So you can see from the top, the general manager and also the project manager, it's the contractor, which is PDM builder Sediam Berhad. And then under the project manager, there will be BIM manager, BIM coordinator, and BIM modeler. Three of this is from your Delta system Sediam Berhad. And not forgetting about the BIM consultants, Wolfhoff Emerald Architect is actually the architectural consultants for this project. Well, for the structural and civil engineer, the consultant, they are from Perunding Timor Sediam Berhad. And lastly, the mechanical, they are from Perunding HPL Sediam Berhad. So going next, after we know like who are the roles, so we look into the responsibilities. So the project manager, they manage and coordinates the project execution and BIM to meet the procurement strategy and cost containment. So for the BIM manager, the PDM builders actually collaborate and coordinate with the GeoDelta system. And then the GeoDelta system will be managing and facilitating the BIM implementation in this project. So same as the BIM coordinator, PDM collaborate with the GeoDelta as well. So the GeoDelta ensure the model is reaching its standard and also the identify the problems from the model. So for the BIM consultant, the architectural consultant, they formulate with the BIM manager. And for the engineering consultant, other than formulating with the BIM manager, they also map the BIM used for the structural design. For the BIM modeler, they develop and ensure the model integrity. And then for the contractor, they are reaching the subcontractor, they formulate with the BIM manager as well, and also determine the BIM used for simulations of maintenance, space analysis, and documentation. So next, I will pass to Aina to present the BIM objective and uses.
Okay, so now I will present about BIM objective. In this project, there are 7 BIM objectives, which is first to create design models, second to carry out spatial requirement analysis, third to generate tender drawings, construction drawings, and as-built drawings, fourth to update construction models during construction phase, next to produce coordinated models of all disciplines, and then to provide 3D visualizations, and lastly to update and complete as-built model of all disciplines. Then the BIM uses for this project for design phase, it will have BIM usage of design authoring, 3D coordination, design review, spatial analysis, and fast planning for D. And then next phase, the detail design, it will have construction drawings. And then construction phase, it will have site utilization, construction system design, update BIM project, BE, execution plan BPEP as is required. And then record modeling to update and complete model involves soft copy and hard copy. Lastly, in closeout phase, building maintenance schedule. Okay, next. Okay, for this project, I will present on the BIM deliverables. In the tender proposal phase, the BIM deliverables will be BPEP outline and document, design models for all disciplines, special requirement analysis report, tender drawings, and sample of as-built in soft copy. For detailed design phase that use LOD 300, the BIM deliverables will be clash analysis report, coordinated models. And then construction phase, use LOD 400, will be have BPEP document, construction models, clash analysis reports, construction drawings, coordinated models, and simulation models. Lastly, closeout phase that use LOD 500, the BIM deliverables will be BPEP document, as-built models, and as-built drawings for all disciplines. And this table below, it's the summarize of for each tender, for each phases that use the BIM usage, BIM objective, and BIM deliverables. Next.
Okay, going into the detail of the BIM work process, starting from the preliminary design phase during tender, the table shows that the same input as before with more detail from start to finish for each discipline. We can see that the architectural design model are important as it is in need for the civil design model to be produced and the special analysis report. Then all discipline will produce the design model and generate the tender drawing. As mentioned before, we will be provided the date and the duration after the comment from the group before. Then next, during the detailed design phase, detailed model will be produced and the 3D coordination and design review will be done. The clash analysis are also done and all discipline BIM modeler will update the detail before finish and at this phase. For the next phase is the construction phase. All disciplines are doing the construction model and produce the coordination construction model. And also the clash analysis for the construction model. Finally, the construction model are updated and resolve the clash according to the responsibility. This will make it easier because in this project, BIM track are being used. So it will be fast because the issue can be resolved before the coordination meeting begin. And then next, in this final phase, the model will be achieve LOD 500. That is the as-built model, and the drawing are generated from the model. Will be generated from the model for each discipline. Then the closure will be the management operation and maintenance phase by asset management to update the asset attribute. Next, I will pass to Arhan to continue.
Okay, I'll continue for the collaboration procedures. These are the 3 steps for the collaboration progress. The first one is the coordination. At this point, BIM track is at the center of coordination, and it's allowing for easy access and reporting. So the coordination also split into the 3. The first one is central web platform. The second one is viewer, and the last one is the clash management, which is clashes found in Navisworks through the clash. They are managed through different techniques. And once the clashes are ready to be shared with the rest of the team for resolution, clashes are published to be tracked through our clashes to issues. All right. And then the second one is the collaboration strategy. The collaborations of this project utilize a local server as the main database for sharing purposes, such as sharing method, application, and this process will be implemented for appointed contractor. And the last one, the data and document management. This section defines how, when, and where the project information will be shared. Next. Okay, so these are the information exchange and meeting requirements. So the software that I've been using, are the Revit and Navisworks software. Next slide is the file name and the model structure for from the architecture, structural, and M&E, and also civil. And the last one is project management. And the last slide, building execution plan, is the quality control. Starting from the visual, which model is accordance with design standards, model integrity, conflicts, construction, and asset records. And like I mentioned before, these are the software that we've been using, which is the Revit and the Navisworks. All right. So next, Iza will continue to present for the B model. Yeah.
Okay, next for the BIM models. Okay, we can see that there are architectural and structural models that are modeled by level. And then we have mechanical and electrical models, which are modeled by level and system. Actually, we found out that there are civil works model, but as it is mentioned in clash detection, but we didn't manage to get it to be shown here lah. Okay, all these models can be combined as coordination model. So as stated in the BEP, as of now, the model development for the main building should be at level 6 for detailed design phase and level 5 for construction phase. Next. Next. Okay. So basically for clash analysis, back. So for clash analysis, it started during detailed design phase with the model development LOD 300. So using Revit and Navisworks manage, the clash analysis is also done level by level according to the blocks for each phase. So each time clash analysis for each discipline are done, it is done to the same level for block A, B, and C simultaneously. For example, clash analysis for ground floor, it is done for all these blocks. So as you can see at the pie chart, the type of clash analysis conducted is architecture versus structure, architectural versus mechanical, architecture versus electrical, structure versus mechanical, structure versus electrical, and mechanical versus mechanical. There are also civil additional clash tests for civil works. Next. For the clash report, types of clashes that occur are the hard clashes, where 2 or more elements collide with each other, and also the soft clash, which usually pertaining to clearest distance. So from the information on the clash report and the analysis given to us, which is of the architecture versus structural for block A ground floor level during detailed design phase, we found that there are no significant clashes that can really give impact to the cost in the clash report. However, we extracted some of the cases which we found out happens due to model quality or the positioning of the elements, which can be easily be solved by the modeler. For example, here is the clash between floor and structural framing. Next. Clash between door and structural floor, and also rainwater downpipe versus structural floor. Next. So we go on to the coordination and clash management. So basically, the BIM consultant, Geodelta Systems Sendirian Berhad, they implement the BIM track add-in used with Revit and Avis work for coordination and clash management. So we found out as opposed to the conventional way, this by using this way it is more efficient. So next, here is a short video on how BIM-track is implemented. Okay, never mind. I think we cannot hear the sound, but basically the BIM-track is like a centralized open BIM add-in for the for coordination. So next. Okay, this is the BIM-track uses. So BIM-track is used for issue tracking, reports, metric, and it also have a web viewer. And the advantages is all the stakeholders can have instant collaboration, and there are accessibility and transparency in all the data. It also reduces the issue management time, and also the software used such as Revit and Navisworks can be integrated together. Next. Okay, this is the BIM track report. So basically the pie chart generated by the report provide the statistic of the issue clearly according to the person in charge. And then discipline, priorities, zone, status, and type. So it is easy for the BIM manager to keep track of all the clashes. And then on the right side is the example of resolve issue ticket using the BIM track. So basically, we can see the chief BIM coordinator from the builders, which is Encik Faizal. Actually, he assigned this issue to Mr. Hasbullah, which is the BIM coordinator for the structural works. So according to the report, the issue managed to be settled in 10 minutes only, because as soon as the issue is assigned to Mr. Hasbullah, he is notified through email. So next. Okay, although most of the clashes are managed in the BIM track, conventional coordination report are also provided as part of documentation to comply with the clash analysis output for each stages. Okay, next next presenter. Thank you.
So this BQ of Block A clashes is done according to the clash analysis report given by the PIC of this project. Next.
Now proceed to the impact of clash detection. This is one of the detected clash element in this project. As we can see, the door clash with the structural framing. Clash detection during the design stage has allowed the design team to solve the conflict before the commencement of construction work. Therefore, the quantity of the structural framing such as dimension, area, and volume has been amended and decreased in order to fix with the door element. In short, demolition work and variation order during construction work and the rectification costs due to the conflict are also minimized. Next slide, please. So to conclude, from this project, we have acknowledged the importance of a proper BIM consultant to ensure the BIM work progress run smoothly. Next, we also learned that consultant can go into clash detail before construction on site, as the modeling and clash detection is done level by level, which is systematic. And finally, the BIM track used in this project, GeoDelta System Sendirian Berhad, is an added value for the project as it's made the collaboration and coordination between stakeholders easier. Next slide. So this is the reference for our project. That's all from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Group 9. Right, can we have panels to comment? Yeah, you go back to your slide, yeah.
Okay, can you go to the BEP slide? Okay, so actually what do you mean the apa ni? Dia kan ada number 1, 4, 7, 10 ni. Kenapa dia color macam tu? Is it just design ke ataupun actually is it the Geo Delta just covered that 4 topics only, or maybe somebody can answer to me?
Sorry, this is the design of the slides. So we put the different
Okay,
colors. But then it
but
consists of all.
the BEP content is cover all lah.
Yeah.
Alright. Thank you.
So
So
sorry for
confusing.
yeah.
Okay, so
I
can
thought
you?
the same too.
Okay, so next, can you go to the overall BIM workflow? Okay, you just cover. Back. I think because you already make it by phases, right? The design, the construction.
Actually, the total BIM workflow later part 2 will explain it.
Okay.
Yeah, but overall you should have
overall, yeah.
Yang overall tu kena ada, Izzah.
Sebab for detail mungkin dia orang lah macam saya punya first comment previously kan. So okay. Because here also have marks for overall BIM workflow and implementation. Then you should have in your reports and your presentation for the overall. Okay, okay, it's okay. Maybe you can go for the clash detection analysis. Clash detection, okay, this is because this is I think quite good because you have the advantage because this project implement clash detection. They using BIM tracks to manage their clash analysis. Actually, they have to subscribe the BIM track. We also doesn't subscribe that one, so that one is very good. Okay, so buat
Azul, boleh explain sikit pasal BIM track ni tak? Can just have so basically dia masih kena or is it BIM track ni to replace Naviswork ke? Can you elaborate a little bit about this?
Actually, BIM track ni they are using for manage to manage, but they still using the Naviswork to run the clash. Tapi kalau kita tengok extended, that's why kalau kita tengok yang tadi ada this group dia share the video kan, actually quite good. Dia bukan Naviswork saja, they can be used with the Solibri. So kalau kita tengok, maybe you can show the sample tadi yang report tu macam mana dia online punya communication by using the BIM track tu. Next slide. Not the video, the slide. Yang you said ada 2 minutes punya respond tadi kan. Macam ni kan, this one ini kira ni lah, maksudnya because everything is online, so maksudnya the respective person will know lah any issue that triggered by the Naviswork. So this is the best, one of the best practice lah, because they can resolve any issue before they do the coordination meeting. Next slide. I think this one lah. Grid, status, resolve, need and action. Okay, so actually we in JKR also still doesn't subscribe that one because more to the project basis. I think the Tunjung saja, Tunjung yang pakai. Yang lain semua still lagi they are using the BIM 360. But for the clash still using the Naviswork lah. Is it right? This group patutnya tanya kat dia kan. Tengok dia faham ke tak kan?
Yes. Actually, the way is the BIM coordinator dia akan buat clash report, and then the add-in is actually inside the software Naviswork and Revit itself. So daripada software Naviswork tu, when they click dekat clash yang ada tu, dia boleh terus assign the issue to person in charge lah. That's the way it's done.
This is one of the good practice, best practice lah. I think mungkin hopefully yang group satu lagi tu dia capture jugalah. I think no additional ni lah comment kot maksudnya ni. Mungkin arkitek Najdah lah kalau kata ada, because I'm happy with the BIM track.
On the clashes.
On the clashes process.
Yang awal-awal tu I think you kena banyak lah.
Same here, just the tadi yang flow flowchart tadi. But overall the presentation is clear lah. Just dekat flowchart apa tu? Mana?
Proses.
Proses dia tu. Okay. Lagi belakang. I was just because the bukan belakang previous.
Itu overall BIM workflow tu.
Dia buat by phases, right? It's just my question was apa ni what are the activities? Maybe you can enhance the process by writing the activities that are done. Tak boleh ke belakang dah?
Bukan yang ni, sebelum lagi awal-awal slide.
Yang tadi yang Zul Amri ada mention.
Tak, overall BIM workflow tu. Ada yang ni.
Okay, yang ni is this the apa ni is this the work process of this project ataupun it's a general one?
This is the work process we got from the JKR-BP report for this project. Yeah.
Or from the BPEP because because this project pun the contractor hire third party juga. The architect they don't model. From what I know, because I've been involved a bit lah with this project. Apa ni the modeling is done by the geodata, and they do all the macam tadi lah clashes, the coordination they did. Okay. The next this is detailed design. Maybe you should add also like a design review before clash analysis. Usually they do a design review first before they enter into clash analysis of the things that are dia cari. I think Zul Amri have told you also that there will be.
Takut dia guna term tu, coordination detail model. Is it you mean the coordination detail model tu for the design review?
You mean the coordinated model?
Tak, I mean the process, the green one, coordination detail model tu, what do you mean before the clash analysis detail model tu? What do you mean the coordination detail model?
What are the activities done? Tu sebab dia tak ada activity kat sini, so we don't grasp the actions atau apa the things that are being done lah.
I think from my understanding is like after they have their mechanical detail model, so they will come up with a report. So after they amend, they come up with another like coordination detail model again.
But you don't know the gist of the gist lah.
What's happened in that process?
Okay. I will check back.
Because this one macam fokus kepada preparation before coordination and clashes kan. Kita nak tengok overall BIM process tu you boleh zoom in tapi you kena tunjuk dulu the overall. Okay, do you have that?
I think don't have for the overall one.
Sebelum ni pun ada. Ni terus sudah masuk untuk ni lah kot, untuk clashes. Tapi even untuk clashes pun kita nak tahulah what are the activities. Not too detailed because the part 1 dia lebih kepada macam overview. Perhaps you can also include a timeline macam grup-grup lain lah. Tak ada
Okay.
We will add.
Oh yeah, there's no timeline in this presentation. Can we see the closeout phase? Prelim dah ke belakang. Yang close up. After this one construction sebelum cepat sangat.
Ini over.
Yeah, this one. This one pun macam just because it's just saying okay, architect buat architectural as built model. Is that is there another model? Ini handover. Is there another model being produced ataupun is it just updating the information from the previous model, the model that the construction model? Macam tu lah, dia macam nampak macam there's another model. But sebenarnya there's no new model, it's just updating information je. Stuff like that lah. Apa ni, macam confused sikit kalau just tulis je like this. Okay. Other than that, tak ada komen dah. Itu je. Thank you.
Okay, thank you panels. Lecturers, you want to add in anything? Tak ada. Okay, kita continue to the last one. Alright, hopefully we can finish up by 6. Okay, come on. Can you please share your slide, last group. Thank you.
So, good afternoon to all panelists. I am Azu, Nor Nagita, and Puan Nozila, all lecturer and all my fellow friends. I'm Lao Shanlok, student for Master Architecture, and we are the group 10 part 2. Today we would like to present about our case study results about the bangunan Gunasama Persatuan Tunjong Kelantan. So going to the next. So this is our team map from the QS student and the architecture student. So the person in charge it is Miss Mohafiza binti Abu Hafiz. Going to the next. So in the next 10 minutes, we will present about the content. It's about the procurement process, coordination workflow, and activities, cost planning, risk management, lesson learned. So I will invite to the next presenter.
Good day, everyone, and Assalamualaikum. So I'll start off with the procurement method. The type of procurement used for this project is design and build, while the type of contract applied in this project is the BWD standard form of design and build contract 2010. So basically, PDM Builders Sendirian Berhad as the contractor for this project will work alongside with the appointment architect, civil, structure, mechanical, electrical engineer as well as the quantity surveyor in order to deliver the final outcome as per client's specification and requirements, which is in this case. Our client is Jabatan Perdana Menteri. Next slide. Andy, next. Oh, sorry. The previous one, sorry. Okay, so during the initial phase of the procurement process, actually JKR themselves started the project and designed on their own by using in-house conventional procurement method. However, during the tendering phase, this project is requested to implement design and build procurement due to several circumstances, which the reason behind of that could not also be revealed by the parties, as this is considered as a high profile project. Since this project involves BIM, so there are some additional information which need to be included in the tender documents as compared to the common tender document. The first is instructions to tender. This is the statement about the implement of BIM in the project. Some general requirements which cover the basic of BIM requirements by JKR on how contractor and consultant conduct and deliver according to the specification also covered. It is also followed by the terms and condition to comply according to the BIM project. And lastly, evaluation of tender general is to ensure all deliverables required is sufficient. The architect model which at least LOD 300 will be evaluated based on the quality of component and graphic. It is also important to ensure the design could fulfill the functionality of the building as per client requirements. And next, I pass it to Andy.
The coordination workflow and activities next. Before presenting about the workflow of this project, this is some of the information show the level of BIM details, which is LD 100 to LD 500, which is from the pre-design, schematic design, design develop, construction documents, construction step to as-built. So for this project, the contractor and subcontractor need to check their own work for comply the BEP relevant standard, which is BIM standard PS 1192. And also for the final submission for as-built drawing is not less than 500. Going to the next. So this is the workflow of the project, which is starting from the pre-construction preliminary design phase, which is the documentation of BEPP, facilitates that design review process, preparing for the model for submission, architecture, civil structure, mechanical, and electrical. So going to the detail of phase of coordination model, which is LOD 300, which is special requirement analysis, preparing the coordination model and consultant drawings, and also prepare for 2D and 3D visual model. So this is the current progress, which is under the construction phase, LOD 400, which is submission construction beam model, LOD 400, and pre-coordination report construction simulator model, and also submission drawings clash analysis report. So going to the final one, which is handover phase, which is as built model, which is LOD 500. At the conclusion, during the pre-construction, beam is used for model current circle map is ensure the recording for those coordination is correct. During the construction, it can be reviewed by the project manager, builder, and other construction players after preparing and designing correct model. And final, in the end of post-construction, beam is used for controlling operation and service. The use of beam includes a snapshot of the maintenance history. So going to the next. So this is the workflow. The diagram shows the workflow of the contractor. So our client is Jabatan Perdana Menteri, and after that, all the consultants are calling for the third party, which is Geodata system, to help them to build the models. And as a result, the advantages of being in is to ensuring the constructability, the special during the design stage, and to reduce the contractor feedback. Architecture can be needed to call back all engineer and relevant experts involved in design stage, depending on the scope of severity of the constructability problems. So going to the next.
So this is based on the interview section with our picture. So these are the questions where we ask during the interview, what are the contractor, subcontractor, lead activity that are part of the design coordination workflow? So describe it from the model development process to model-based constructability review progress. So from the project of Bangunan Gunasama Persekutuan Tanjung Kelantan, the contractor PDM Builder Sendirian Berhad plays an important role because the procurement method of this project is design and build procurement method. Contractor located on top of the pyramid of the client, where the most important job of the contractor has to focus on coordination. Coordination is very important, where the architect is assigned as lead consultant of this project, leading the team of civil structure, geotechnical, mechanical, and electrical and quantity surveyor regarding the beam. The architect and the engineering of this project was focused on the 2D design, while beam consultant Geodelta Systems Sendirian Berhad collect all the 2D drawings and data. This process allowed collaboration in between, while beam consultant are focused to produce detailed design beam model. The details of the coordination can refer to the figure below. And the next is during the model development process, the detail of the beam model takes a huge role on the contractor aspect. This is because the detail of the information of the material quantities and the building will have significant impact towards cost estimation processed by contractor. Contractor has been benefit of reduction of cost and time while improving the accuracy based on the level of detail of the beam model. The benefit of this model from contractor can be referred to the figure 1 in this below. Next, Andy. So these are the model development process. Beam consultants are generally able to provide a prospective beam model during the process by using beam tool. So as below, there are 5 different types of information. The first one is detailed building information, which ability to extract quantity and information from a 3D model of the building. Second one is temporary components. Third one is information with each building components. Fourth is analysis data. And the last one is construction status, where the contractor must incorporate the progress of components of design into the model. Next. So these are the constructability review. pre-construction review of project plans specification to uncover flows and omission that will normally cause problems or delays during construction. Change orders, RFIs, cost overruns, casual delays, distribute, litigations, and signification reduced by 65%. So the first one will be interdisciplinary coordination, where to ensure coordination throughout all the points of interface. Second is buildability, the design integrate coordination and completeness of the building system. Third one is building system. Plans are examined for potential design and detail flaws in order to verify that the project can be complete within the given rate, time, and the quality level. And the last one is buildability, where construction documentation are analyzed to ensure that the scope of work is clear and consistent, improving the odds of contractor provide more accurate time quotations. Next.
Okay, next for cost planning. Okay, so the diagrams below show the early project phases which involve cost estimation and BQ preparation. Okay, firstly, in the planning phase, cost estimating is done after the preparation of architectural and civil conceptual design. And then next slide. Okay, next is the preliminary design phase where all types of preliminary designs are being prepared, including update and amend. Here, the client and authority approval also need to be considered. Next slide. And in this detailed design phase, after all detailed designs are prepared, finalized and verified, BQ preparation and cost estimating are being done in this detailed design phase. So basically, these projects are extracted from BPEP in order to indicate where cost estimation and BQ being done. Next slide. Next, for the value engineering and value management, as this project costs about 531 million ringgit, which is exceeding 50 million ringgit. So VE and VM are applied in this project. However, we have yet to receive the report, but we include it as soon as we receive in our own report. And next, we will continue with risk management.
Okay, moving on to the risk management. So basically, risk management is to ensure the risk for certain phases in the project is handled efficiently without consuming the time, quality, and cost. So for this case study, the risk management shall follow JKR process of risk management plan. It starts from the project manager to do the risk planning using PPR to cover all risk aspects and followed until up to the risk submission. And then here, at the right, you can see the risk metric shown is the template of the risk metric used under JKR to identify the rate of the risk depending on the risk probability and impact. So they can decide on which risk to focus on. And then moving to the next slide, from this case study, there is currently 52 risks registered based on the risk management report that we received. And the highest number of the risks appear to be during on the phase 3, which is the construction phases. Many of the risks are high risk and there are also few considered as extreme risks. On next slide, we have extract a few risks that I felt significant, and some of this could relate back to the function of having BIM in the project. So during the planning phase, which is phase 1, we can see that on 1.1, 1.6, and 1.9, that shows the slow rate to finalize the SOA, frequent change to team member, and lack of coordination planning, which causes delay for the project. So from this risk stated, BIM implemented in the project might help to make sure SOA calculation and to make sure all documents and drawing is sorted accordingly to make sure that there is no loop if there is any changes in the team member. And then during the procurement phase, which is in 2.1 and 2.4, I noticed there is a high risk relating to the formulation mistake in preparing BQ for this project, thus affecting the cost. And for this project, QS is not using BIM, so it might be a good improvement for implementations. And for the third phase, which is the construction phase, there is an extreme risk registered relating to the work program that is not accurate or realistic, causing delay. And for the fourth phase, we have the submission phase. And for this, the extreme risk registered relating to the delayed submission on project documentation. And this might also usually happen to conventional projects. But with the BIM applied here, it more likely to be delayed, maybe because of the lack of knowledge in using BIM and whatnot. So I pass the mic to Zach.
Okay, next.
Okay, moving on to lesson learned. Actually, this project has not having a major issue, but then in early stage of preparing pre-BAP, actually the contractor had first experience in creating their own BBAP, and then later this issue has been resolved, and then the second one is QS actually still use the manual way in extracting for taking off, so they not use the beam in their uh, extracting for information. And then the last but not least, in terms of competency, because the consultant need to hire third party for beam modeling for all disciplines. Next. Okay, and then actually we all know that there are lots of benefits or advantages in execution of beam execution. But then for this project, actually we have found that first in terms of scheduling and coordination. So as mentioned by Group 9 before, the use of beam track actually enhance and helps the communication of between all disciplines in facilitate the project. And then the next one is in terms of time and cost saving. Actually, Group 9 also mentioned that this construction has 25 days ahead in terms of construction progress and have a smooth construction execution. And then the one is in terms of solving the issues, because there are a lot of issues in terms of design review and clash detection that have been found in this project, but then it has been resolved before the project has started. And then the last one is in terms of risk management, by mentioned by Mizan earlier. Actually, there are 52 registered list that has been reported in risk management report. And then actually this benefit actually helps the team to foresee the risk, then prepare for their preparation for and ready for manage the risk. Next. And then we think that for the conclusion, I think a few improvement that can be done for another project, for the next project. First, in terms of IBS implementation, because during the interview we asked about how IBS can be which is implemented in this project, but then there are just a few components that have been implemented, which is a precast column, which is the major ABS component, which is a precast column and hollow core concrete floor slab. So actually, for the government project, it needs 70% of ABS component should be implemented for the project, but then I think it should be more than 70%. Next one is in terms of QS involvement of beam. For this project, actually, QS is not involved in beam execution, so they have to use their manual way in extracting the information. So I think it's better to have QS to utilize this software for better planning. And then the last but not least, I think this project use the first one use beam track as add-in in this execution. So project execution. So is I think for the next project, I think it would be better to have this kind of add-in so that we can see the benefit for further coordination and further communication between all disciplines. I think that's all for presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Yat, you're mute.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, last round for panel Q&A. Aizul, ya Najda.
Okay, can you go to the constructability review slide?
Constructability review. This one.
I think next. No, bukan. Next. Next. The constructability, because this one. Okay. Actually,
65%.
I want to know how you get the 65%, significant reduced by 65%. Because that one, if you can prove, very good point to us to use it. How you get the change order, RFI, schedule delay, dispute, and litigation are all significantly reduced by 65%.
I pun got that thing jot down. I wanted to know.
How?
Okay. So,
Biasa diam tanda setuju, ni diam tanda tak tahu.
I think we
Tahu
need to
cakap
get
tak
back
tahu.
to that because we are unsure about that, so we'll get back to that.
Because this figure is yeah, if we can prove it, this is a very good point to us to promote more implementation for the BIM project.
Understand.
And also the good news for the contractor tau. Maksudnya they can reduce, all the issue cost overrun 65%. Normally contractors sometimes they do the costing with the additional 20 or 30% because of the wastage or something like that. Then if can reduce like this, wow.
Understood.
Okay.
This yang ni projek yang interview QS juga ke projek yang before this?
Bangunan guna sama. We only
bukan yang interview
Miss
JU.
Hafizah.
Okay, the previous one lah. Okay, tak apa. Sorry Zul.
Okay. So I think for the procurement process, okay. For the coordination workflow pun I think quite detailed lah. You already defines. Maybe for the let's go to the risk management. Okay. Can go to the slide for the list for the risk management. Okay, this one. Okay, so for the 1.6 so is it consider ke ataupun macam mana tu? Why is in the list?
Basically I just refer to the risk management plan that we received. So for 1.6 they mentioned that frequent change of team member handling the project.
Because that one risk rate only S.
Yes. Okay. Because I assume that this might help if we implement BIM. So in case if there's any changes for the group member, BIM would allow anyone new to participate can just get to know directly the information without macam tak tercicir maklumat.
So that one is your judgment for the because
that's on my name.
Because when I'm asking, okay, so for what 1.6 so apa dia punya mitigation-nya ada tak?
Mitigation?
Maksudnya mitigation punya step dalam risk management plan tu ada ke? Ada dia mention ke tak?
1.6 tidak.
Why?
Sebab dia S.
Sebab dia S.
Sebab dia low rate.
No. Yes. Actually, I just want to test your understanding. Betul. For the risk management, we only talking about for the extreme and high risk. So we will do the further analysis for the risk assessment for the extreme and high only. For the low and sederhana, we just let it lah. Okay, so there is no latest ni, or you just got the RMP je, doesn't ask for the, because actually for the risk management they also doing the monitoring during the construction. One of the meeting agenda, site meeting agenda.
Oh, okay.
So next slide. Sorry, the previous slide yang this one. So this one is the total risk 52. Is it from the RMP or the latest status for the latest report for the risk?
I think this is not the latest because we have yet to receive the latest risk management plan together with the VE and the VM from the PIC.
Okay. I think the last one is for, can you go to the, I think for the lesson learned yang you suggest about the IBS. IBS. Okay, this one, IBS implementation. Okay, just to let you know lah. The first one is for the government project, more than 10 million. So we are compulsory to implement the IBS project as a IBS. So this one is 500 for sure lah. Okay, the second thing is about the it is not more 70% IBS component. Actually, more 70 IBS core. IBS core.
Okay.
So for the government project. So you can read detail in CIS 18/2018. Construction Industry Specification Standard CIS 18:2018 for the detail about this. I think mostly okay, but maybe Architect Najdah can comment more for the last word. Thank you.
Niza, can you go to your workflow punya slide? I think there's two workflow, not this one, the previous one. Okay, there's this workflow and then there's another workflow. What's the difference between those two? Yeah, this one and the one with the LODs. I just want to know what's the difference.
Actually, the first one is I explaining to let the panels and all the lecturer and all my friends knows about the LOD during the LOD the progress. And then this one is the more detailed one, which is during the construction time, the contractor and all the consultant need to prepare. Even the beam modular also need to prepare the things like that. So this is the more detailed one. And I mentioned that the construction and post-construction, what are the advantages of the thing? Yeah.
Can we go to the previous one? Yeah. So are you saying that this is the workflow for this project also?
This one more on the general. The diagram show on the more on the general information of the beams, but the left side the works show this is the information for me. This is the for the this project one. Yeah.
Okay, so this slide is for general. It's not referring to the project.
Right side is the general one. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Because if you say that this is referring to the project, then it's not apa ni tepat lah, because there's no LOD 100, LOD 200 for design build new project. They go straight to LOD 300. Maybe you can state somewhere that this is a general one, and then the next slide is the one that is referring to this project.
All right, thank you.
So that there's no confusion. Okay. Another thing. I haven't seen any construction simulation model. Is there any construction simulation being done for this project? Because it's already I think the model they've developed until level 6 then 6 that you check out.
Level 6, yeah.
So did they do any construction simulation based on their contractor CPM?
I think based on my understanding, yes, they do the construction punya detail after the detail phase.
Not construction detail, construction simulation model. The one that integrates between apa ni macam CPM diorang integrates yang time macam the flow of the construction lah. What starts first? to see that the CPM that the contractor did is logic or not, ataupun if there's a problem in the CPM, then they would apa ni, they can see it through the construction simulation model. You guys don't know about that, yeah?
Yes, sorry.
This one is a work program, ke? Yana
Dia ada work program.
Refers to the work program because from what I see, the BIM consultant ni macam banyak buat kerja dia banyak jugalah, dah extensive yang what they did. So I think mesti ada construct ataupun in the BIM objective tak ada. I didn't see that. If dalam BIM objective tak ada, then they didn't have one lah. Tapi by right, if they use BIM requirement, JKR BIM requirement, then there is a need for ada deliverable dia. One of the deliverable is construction simulation model. Kan Zul?
Ada betul.
By right adalah. Okay, tak apalah, maybe tak dapat info tu kot.
Check on that. Thank you.
Okay.
I nak add on sikit. Sorry, you go first.
Tak apa. Karen.
Apa ni, boleh tak go to the next slide. Yang ni okay, tapi yang ni macam biasalah. I think we give the same comment. Kita kalau boleh, if possible, need not to put the general statement sangat because we want it to be focusing on the project. Okay, so yang tadi tu mungkin dia nak edit ke apa ke, you tengok balik. The next slide, ada slide yang answering the questions tu that this is okay. The next one. Like this, right? Okay, so model development process ni, no. This is okay. Sebelum tu.
Oh, okay.
Okay, these are the questions that we ask you to do. Okay, so basically, dalam presentation kita tak expect dalam bentuk this form lah. It can be in a report form. Yes. So you jangan tanya balik kita lah kan. You're supposed to answer these questions. Okay, so actually some of the questions pun you dah answered yang sebelum ni, tapi tolong tengok balik bila activities involved ni, your part for part tu ni patut dia go into the detail of it lah, bukan sebab macam yang kita tengok tadi tu it's like macam nak kata overview pun ia juga. So include the time, sebab at the end of the day bila you buat the lesson learn tu, you might also want to check on the time and so on. When you talk about delay, how much is the delay. So in terms of duration tu, I tak nampak it is been explained and elaborated lah dalam this group lah. So see if it's relevant to you and possibly to include lah. Okay.
Yang tu lacking sikit lah timeline untuk dua group 9 dengan yang last.
Group 9 pun tadi pun tak nampak. We were hoping kalau 9 ada, 10 ada, tapi 10 pun tak ada.
Lepas tu when you guys presented this slide, I was like, what is this? Okay, so drifted me off lah. I couldn't grasp you nak cakap apa with the questions and all above.
Okay. And anything else? Okay, I think kita wrap up. Okay, dah 6 o'clock. Okay, I pity everyone, especially the panels, the invited panels that are here, the lecturers as well. Okay, some of us started very early at 8. Okay, today. So all right. If we can just go final rounds to have some few words from the panels. Not just specific to today's presentation lah. Kalau mungkin kita Najda boleh sum up the whole thing as well as Azul juga lah before we end up. Okay, we end the session.
I start lah, Zul. These 2 days, it's very fruitful. Kita because JKR always has the data, but it's not being analyzed or being analyzed lah. So this is a good platform untuk for the students to learn and also for us to get the conclusion or the findings that you guys get So it'll be good for the industry and also be good for you guys. But other than that, untuk macam in terms of apa ni, you guys punya improvement, you should because you've heard all the presentations by other groups also. So mana-mana points yang we tak mention ataupun tak cakap in your presentation, maybe boleh belajar from other groups also, right? Because sometimes kalau petang ni kan dah penat, so ada yang sempat komen dan tak sempat komen. Overall, thank you, Dr. Nayati, for inviting us and also having the session. Macam Cik Faiz cakap before, maybe we could continue this kind of type of case study in the future if USM still wants it. All right, thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Najda. Engineer Zul, last word from you.
Okay, I think mostly okay. Tapi itulah you should gunakan opportunity ni lah. Maksudnya as a case study ni untuk expose to the real project. So actually yang belakang saya ni pun adalah Tunjung punya projek. Okay, tapi tak ada. All the best to all of you. Orang kata apa, enjoy your study time as a student before you dah masuk dalam alam pekerjaan ni kan, baru you akan tahu. I think tak ada apa, cuma hopefully take it as a positive vibes, maksudnya untuk you make an improvement lah in term of presentation skill, in term of content and understanding lah. So tak ada apa. So sorry kalau kata ada apa-apa yang terasa ke apa ke, yang tersalah komen ke, yang tak boleh jawab, rasa tak boleh tidur malam ke, I'm so sorry. So take it as a good lesson. So all the best. InsyaAllah semoga all of you will berjaya lah. Especially dalam bidang ni. Thank you very much, Doktor, sebab jemput kami lah. Hopefully adalah lagi kita punya ni lah. Macam Arkitek Najah cakap tadi lah. Actually yang ni pun very good impact for us to take it to improve our operation. Thank you very much.
Okay, other lecturers, perhaps you want to say one or few words before we end this? Tak ada semua dah tak larat dah ni.
Right, okay, perhaps on behalf of the lecturers.
Okay lah, macam tu I end, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, please carry on, yes.
On behalf of the lecturers, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panels, especially Architect Najda, for your commitment for 2 days in a row punya commitment. Well, 2 session, a very lengthy session. I'm pretty sure the students really appreciate, and it has been a very good session. Thank you to both of you.
Okay, alright. With that, saya ucapkan terima kasih sekali lagi my last thank you. InsyaAllah nanti kita akan we follow up with letters of appreciation. Selalunya habis session kita bagi souvenirs but because of the online there's nothing much we can do, but I hope that we can still have this good relationship. Okay. Anyway, before I end, sebelum I lupa, one last round kita kena ambil gambar hari ni sebab hari tu dengan Cik Zu kita terlupa ambil gambar. So we have to take one last photo together. Students, please open up your video. Tengok masa ni baru nampak lah dia buka video dia. Okay. Alright, okay, I'm gonna take a few shots, okay, just keep on smiling. Okay, alright. Okay, alright, Alhamdulillah, thank you everyone. Hope to see you again. Arkitek Najda, Azul, jumpa lagi ya. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Inshallah. Students,
thank you, thank you.
Thank you, panels. Thank you, lecturers.
Students, please stay, students.
Okay.
Student tak boleh balik lagi. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Terima kasih.
Alright. Hai, Doktor Yat tengah cakap ke? You mute. Accidentally mute ke?
Okay, students, I'm not gonna be long, okay, but because this is our last class, okay, I think let's just have a short session to wrap up everything, okay. So basically I nak comment sikit lah nanti mungkin other lecturers can add on so we will share to you the recording, okay, for both sessions, okay. I hope at the end of this session kita semua dah dapat ambil iktibar lah daripada banyak perkara lah, okay.